If possible, you can still put your video on. If you want to maybe put it off, that's okay. But now that we are on the panelist, we could still interact through the contribution, because for a class to be able to effectively be carried, we need to interact. I need to hear from John. I need to hear from Anne, so that we can be able to carry on with this training. I know you have your wealth of experience that you're bringing on board, you have your knowledge, and we need to share so that we can have a very understanding of this topic of industrial relations. So from me, my name is Rhoda Wairioko. As you can see, I'm a HR practitioner, I'm a HR consultant, I'm a HR trainer with ICHRP. And I'm really excited this morning to be able to carry up this topic and this summit for the industrial relations. I'm also pursuing my education in the legal field. As you'll come to see, there's a lot of interaction between the legal and the HR, especially when you deal with matters industrial relations. So Rhoda is also a mother, she's a parent, she's a daughter, and she's a sister to 7 other siblings. So that is basically who Rhoda is. And I would really love to just hear from Anne and John. Maybe we just do a little bit of introduction. I can see your names, so you'll tell us who you are, what is your role, what is it that you're doing, and probably what is your expectation by the end of these 3 days that we are going to have together. So feel much welcome. We could start with Anne, then we go to John, then from there we'll be able to carry forward.
Okay. Good morning, Rhoda.
Good morning, Anne.
Thank you for the chance and this opportunity to learn more. As you can see, I am Anne Omamo. I'm a lecturer at JKUAT in the School of Business. And I lecture human resource management. I'm also currently a PhD candidate due to finish. I'm just waiting to defend my thesis at University of Nairobi. And I hope that will also go well. For this particular training, our expectation, we are joining as unionists. So we have been appointed by our union at JKUAT to represent the union and to gather some knowledge also in terms of the trade union, what our role should be towards our members, how to negotiate CBAs going forward, and the like. And just how to deal with management. I know in most cases, even me as I teach from the point of I'm teaching managers. Okay, but I would want to get to be on the other side also as the unionist and see how to go about it. And I think that's the same also, but let's hear from him.
Let's hear his voice. John, kindly unmute and just tell us. Morning to you.
Morning, Anne. My name is John Maina. I'm a lecturer at JKUAT. Anne is my colleague. I teach in the Department of IT. And we are in the union with Anne. And we have been appointed, as she said, by the union to attend this training so that we can use what we are going to learn in our day-to-day interaction with our employer and other stakeholders as members of the union. So we are looking forward to learn a lot from you guys and to be able to use this in our day-to-day interactions and to better the lives of our members.
Thank you very much, John and Anne. And I'm happy to know you're coming from the same organization. And I'm hoping by the end of the 3 days, we'll be able to cover all your expectation. We'll come back and look at how far we've gone. And we'll be able to interact also, even from the union perspective. We'll keep on indulging you so that we can have contribution from you and maybe just to share some of the experiences that we are having and the challenges we are having at the workplace. So of course, in the physical classes, they're having multiple participants, but because of network challenges, we were not able to plug in so that you can experience what is going on live. But we decided as HRP, we will cover the content of what has been trained. The same content they have is what will take you through. And probably what only change is from the practices from one organization to the other. And for those who have worked for more than 2-3 institutions, you'll see the structures and the functions of the union are the same. However, because of the politics and maybe how the formation of organizations are, it may differ. But what we are going to carry is generally what is the general practice, and we'll also sample some of the union on how they are carrying out their work, their functions, their mandates, and also how they've structured themselves to ensure that they have carried the work that they have been nominated or elected by their members to carry. So without further ado, I would want to agree with Dan that this summit is officially open, and we are going to run for the next 3 days. So for today, I see the session has started at 9:30, but I want to agree with Anne and John, if that would be okay with you. From tomorrow, we could start maybe a little bit earlier so that we could also finish early. The session is supposed to go to from 9:30 to about 1. So if you people, you are able to wake up early, we start from 8:30, then we could also be able to finish early and we can do other activities. So if we agreed, we start tomorrow at 8 or 8:30. Anne and John, I want to hear from you so that we can confirm with Dan and he can reschedule the training. What is the most comfortable time for you for starting from tomorrow for the next 2 days? Anne and John, I was proposing we start at 8:30. Anne, kindly unmute. You'll need to unmute so that I can hear you.
Okay. 8:30 tomorrow is okay for me.
That's okay. And I hope the same case for John. John?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Great, great. So with that agreement for tomorrow, we'll start exactly at 8:30 so that we can finish probably at 12:30 or 12, because that will be an hour earlier. So that's okay. So I'll share the program for this session, the program that you can see on your screen. It is actually what is going on, the physical, but we'll cover the same content. So in terms of day 1, we are going to look at the trade unions, which you have confirmed you are members of the trade unions and their functions. We'll also look at the roles, the roles of the trade union. What is it that when you are elected and what you are chosen to be by your members, what are some of the roles that you should be carrying out, either at the branch level or at your shop steward level, so that you can serve your members. We'll look at the roles of the members, the officials, and also how you interact with the labor relations institutions. Then after that, we are going to look at the trade dispute resolution process and how to avert strikes, which are really common in this country. And then after that, we are going to look at the decent work. What would consider, this is a very critical, especially for the union members of the staff or the workforce. What is it that is considered as decent work? And what is the future world of work and the skills for the future of work? This is why we want to look at the future of work and how the work is shaping. It is because it is one of our responsibility is to sensitize our members, to educate them, and to create awareness on how the work industry is likely to shape up. Again, how the work will also change will affect the activities of the union now and also in the future. We see what is the future of these organizations that we call union, especially now when we are having the flex hours and people working off the office. Who do you be presenting and what other forms of presentation can you have? So those are the things that we'll cover on day 1. When we go to day 2, I'm hoping you can see my screen.
Yes,
and you can.
Yes.
Great, great. Yes. So on day 2, we are going to look at the mental health at the workplace, especially this time for the COVID. we've had a lot of mental issues that are happening in the workplace, especially we are having burnout, depression, mental illnesses, and most of the employees we have probably are not seeking medical attention that they are supposed to seek. So we'll try to look at what are some of the issues that brings about stress in the workplace. How can we identify from our members or even from our family members, and how can we mitigate this? And how can we influence actually the management or the employer to ensure that such stressors or maybe the issues that expose people to the workplace stress or depression are reduced? Also at a family level, what kind of care can we give them, and how do we monitor these cases? After that, we are going to look at Kenya labor laws, which are many. We are going to look at the 5. We have the Employment Act of 2007, especially the 5 major one. We are going to look at the Labor Relations Act. We are going to look at the Labor Institutes Act, Institutions Act. We are going to look at the what we call the Occupation Safety and Health Act, what we call the Work Injury Benefits Act, and then we'll also go to further and look at other provisions that we have probably at the constitution level, and also the Fair Administrative Action Act when we come to the last day. So we will look at generally the areas that are shaping the Kenya labor laws, and the 3 will just be a continuation of that, because apart from what we call the 5 major employment acts or the labor laws, we have the 5 major labor laws which I've mentioned. There are also others that are outside that actually influence and actually being used in our court systems to determine most of the cases, especially the Fair Administrative Action Act of 2015, which we'll look at. We will also look at the CBA negotiation procedures and how to carry, as Anne had alluded. And finally, we will look at some of the employment and labor relations court case laws, because laws we have either in form of legislations like the 5 acts we've talked about, or the many acts that we have that have been registered by our parliamentarians. And then we will look at the case laws. When you look at the case laws, we find that judicial presidents form part of the law in this country and how it also relates with the constitution. So that will bring us to the end of our 3-day session. So that's why I want us to really interact and tell us maybe some of the experiences that you have in your workplaces, maybe some of the cases that you have handled, or maybe issues in your institution that have ended up going to court, and what was the outcome, and what are some of the lessons that we can learn from that. So that is basically the content we are going to cover in the 3 days. It is quite wide, but we will try as much as possible to make it as simple as possible so that we can all understand. I've heard John is from ICT, Anne is teaching business and also the HR courses. But in terms of the practice, maybe what you train and what we have on the ground, I hear some of the trainees saying the ground is different, and how do we actually avoid these legal pitfalls. And that covers the expectations that I've had from you. So you will allow me to share my presentation on the first presentation that we'll have, which is on trade unions and their functions. Allow me to share. Yes, please.
Will it be possible to get the material on some of the things you're training?
Yes, maybe Dan didn't mention, once you register for this training, you'll get a link for ICHRP, the Academy portal, where we will share the video recording for this class. We will share the materials and also the certificates. I know he'll also mention that at the end. So all the materials that we will share, we should be able to give it to you. However, what I keep on saying, the scope of HR, especially in matters of industrial relations, is changing every day. You'll find if you were to hold another summit 3 months down the line, maybe some of the things will have changed from the position because of especially the issues that are happening in the Employment and Labor Relations Court. You've heard of the recent rulings of maybe even declaring some of the clauses of Employment Act non-constitutional. So those are some of the things that we should keep in tab. Again, I would also recommend, because we are talking about matters industrial relations, when we make reference to a document which is in public, you can just Google and download. That's what I always recommend to all the union of people who are doing with dealing with the issues of HR, so that you can empower yourself. For us, like who are in the practitioners and dealing with the union issues, what we will do, we will even download all the legislation. You can see, like, this is my copy. This is my copy of what I can call the 5 labor laws. These are picked from the government press, and then it's bound, it becomes like your Bible. If you see the way I've bound it, is like a Bible. It has the 5 labor laws. So at any point, I can always make reference to. Again, some of the materials like we have the small pocket-friendly constitution. Those ones you can get, just have a pocket-friendly constitution that you can pick. When you talk about the fair administration, some of these, maybe they are large to talk about, but if you're to look at the document itself, it is hardly 50 pages, so that you can read it. Every time you come across something, you can highlight and underline it. That is how you will learn. Again, when you hear there's a court ruling that is affecting issues of employment, I always make it a point to download that case, read it in details, and see what are the issues that have been discussed by courts, what are their observations. And because the courts are coming up from just looking at one document, and they may be able to look at multiple documents in terms of determining their cases. That's how you enlighten yourself. But these materials, John, will be shared with you. That's okay? Great.
Yeah, that's okay.
So we will look at the union structure, and feel free to stop me at any point if there are any queries. And I'll put it in PowerPoint slideshow so that we can all see. You can see it from your end.
Yes.
Great. So that's my name. My name is Rhoda Wairiuka, as I had said. I had introduced myself. And in terms of introducing this topic of union and their functions, I want us to start from the structural level. What is a structure? We all understand in our organizations, we have different structures, what we call maybe the organization structure, where we have the corporate organization as an organization on its own, which is also formed in terms of the various departments. We have various divisions, we have various sections, and we have even units. That is a structure of an organization. And also we are saying in terms of the trade unions, they also have their own formations, which we normally refer as structures. And we will look at how the structures come from the higher level in terms of the pyramid up to the lower level. And I would want us to maybe just pause. Apart from looking at the organization now, this is JKUAT we work for, you know how many departments we have how many divisions and the sections and the units that we have. Also in our family structure, we also have a form of governance in our homes. If you're told to draw a pyramid of your family, will you be able to put that down in a paper? And maybe list different components of the family, whether it's the nuclear family, where we have the head of the family, probably who is the father, then we have the mother, then we have the children. What is the structure? Or when you look at the whole extended, even in your family, you have your family, you have your mother and your father, and you have you as the siblings. And what is the roles and the duty of each in these components? Would you maybe be able to just pick one and one? What is the role of the father, who is the figurehead for a family? What is the role of the mother? And what is the role of the siblings or us, the children? And maybe you could just hear from you, what is the role of the father figurehead in a family?
No, like you already indicated, yes, the father is the figurehead, the leader of the home. And their main role is to also ensure provision, protection. If I go biblically, provide, protect, and lead them also religiously. So they're actually the commander of the home. If we talk of the army, they are the ones who are, they have overall responsibility of the home and the family. Yes.
Great. John, maybe you could tell us what is the role of course, the mother supports the father and she's the caregiver and she ensures that there's order everything and she educates her children in terms of maybe the morals and how they're supposed to carry themselves out. But do the children have a duty or the responsibility in the family structure? John, maybe you could tell us what is your expectation from your children?
Yeah, I believe children have a role. And first of all, they need to follow the rules or the regulations as set by the parents to make the work of the parents easier. And depending on the age of the children, of course, they will have to assist with small duties in the house. Maybe older siblings helping the younger ones with homework. Or to prepare when they're preparing for school, such a kind of thing.
Great. That is very good. I like when you said maybe the older one could help the other siblings with their homework and the household chores. And that means the siblings have a role of influencing and also maybe educating each other on what they are supposed to do. Can children propose changes to us, the parents? Or we are just the commander-in-chief? And can your children, maybe especially in this era, tell us, Mom, if we do this, this could be better?
Yes. In this era, the children actually call you to a meeting.
Call you to a meeting.
Yeah, and they say, yes, we need a meeting. We need to discuss this. You will not just put this down our throats. We need to agree as a family on what to do. So it's very different from our times when mommy would say, and that was like biblical law, or you move. No. For today, they want to negotiate. They want to understand, why are you telling me to do? What is the reason behind it? And why is it not this other way? Why are we not taking this other direction? I am thinking this is better. Even in terms of what you need to buy, they will influence your buying decisions a lot. Yeah.
Even the school they want to go to.
The school, they will tell you, I want to move now from this school to the other because I don't like this teacher. The teacher is treating me, before we would never go back home to say a teacher is bad. You would just obey. Yeah.
Good. Why we needed to start with these very basic structures right from our home level, regardless of your line of education and your practice. It is the same way the trade unions and also the workforce is operating, because your son, your daughter, and my son are the people who have now shifted from our workplaces from our families to the workplaces. So the same demands and the changes we are having in the generations and at our home is what is influencing our society and also the workplaces. So you will see we will have a similar structure when we come to the trade unions, and we'll also look at the role of each of those components, and you'll see how they relate to the organization and also the family. So thank you very much for that. So in terms of a structure, maybe just to define what is a structure, basically it can be said a structure is a formation or a composition of what something is made up of. And a union as an organization has what is made up of called the union structures. And the structures may differ from one union to another, but they have the similar pattern that I had said. So we have, I can classify them as four components or four structures in a union. And we'll start from the bottom, as just we started in the family, the kids. So we have our members. If we don't have members, then a union cannot exist. So the biggest component of the union structures are the members that you have represented. You rightly said we are union representatives who've been elected or selected by members to represent or to protect their welfare, or also to negotiate the CBAs. And that is why you want to be trained, so that you can do it better for them, so that you can meet the goals and the objective of your office. So the composition of members, who do we call members? We have the registered members who normally pay the fees, or we can say the people who have been registered in your organization. I'm sure you have a class of registered members and also non-registered members who are unionizable category. Because in every organization we have, according to the job grades, we have, the management has categorized, these are the members who can be unionizable members, and these are the management staff who cannot join the union. So there are those who have gone ahead and registered, and they are registered members, and you normally collect the agent fees and the membership fees every month through the payroll. Then we have the shop stewards. Shop stewards are normally elected and represent the members. And then we have who are calling the potential members. Maybe these are new employees who've been recruited, who have not managed to join the membership of the union, but we are still rallying them and talking to them, telling them what are the benefits. So in our coverage, we'll also look at the benefits of trade union, so that you can use this as some of the things that you'll talk to your members or the potential members, so that they can appreciate the value they get in the being a member of a trade union. So what are some of the functions of members, or what are some of their responsibility? First one is to contribute to the union finances through the union contributions that are made every month. I know every union have those fees that they collect. Then we have attend and to participate effectively in union meetings and activity. That is their role and their responsibility, that wherever you call for a meeting, they should be able to attend and also participate in those activities. They are also making suggestions for changes in the trade union. We saw the kids can propose changes to their parents. Maybe probably some will go through the mother before they go to the father. So they make suggestions, and it's their right and it's their responsibility. They also take up positions in leadership. So before you became a union representative or a member, you were first a member. And we normally pick leadership positions of the union from members, not from potential members or non-members. So they take up those positions. The other one, they educate, they inform, they motivate, they activate fellow members, including officials of the union. We have seen that in the family structures, so that you'll hear members of the union who are actually trying to propose changes or making suggestions, or even educating the leaders, because probably they have been in the union for more period than you've been. The other issue they also have the responsibility of recruiting other workers to the union. So apart from the union representative being the recruiters into the union membership, members themselves also talk to each other so that they can be recruited. They also make periodic inspections in books of accounts. If actually they see, we want to see how our money is being spent. We feel that our union representatives are just going for trainings and taking trips, and they are not able to actually safeguard our welfare. So they can make periodic inspections of the books of account, especially the financials, and that's why we normally have the AGMs. They interpret and follow the laid rules and regulations for industrial peace and harmony. So you'll find members of the union are employees of an organization. And every organization have what we call the policies, the procedures, we have the rules, we have the regulations, which are some also contained in the CBA. So it is their responsibility and their role to interpret and follow the laid down rules and procedures, and also the regulations. They own the union. It is the members who own the union. We agreed, without the members, the union cannot exist. Then they also cultivate and uphold good industrial relations, because if actually the members listen to the union representative and the management, and they are able to carry out their duties as expected, that way they cultivate and ensure that there is good working environment and industrial relations between the employees, the employer, and also among themselves. They also strive to meet production targets and efficiency. The members are workers and they are employees of any organization. So if actually they do what is right, they follow the policies, the procedure, and they maintain the industry harmony, then they are able to meet their performance targets, and also the production goes up. In terms of the workshop, probably some of you, or maybe the people attending this workshop, if you look at the targets, we had said union representative, the shop steward, the management, the HR directors, the HR manager. At times, the union is also the responsibility for them to educate the members. So you might find that we have training slots that are there that are given to members of the union, probably who are seen to be influential or who can be able to impact on the other membership. So these workshops and seminars may be organized by the union or other organization, or the union can sponsor with the funds that they collect from the members. So that is the first structure of the members. So the second structure that we have going upward is the branch officials. This mostly will be the branch office bearers. It could be the shop stewards, officials representing the union. They could be committee members of the branch, maybe at the secretary generals and who have you. You'll find in the union apex, they also have what we call the women committees. The women committee actually represent the issues and the welfare and the gender issues of women. There are sensitive issues of the women that can only be represented by the women. So if you look at like COTU or maybe the other union bodies, they'll have those women committees, and the representatives are selected from the branch officials. So in terms of what do the branch officials do, the work of the functions of the branch officials include, it is their responsibility to recruit workers to the union. Actually, it is their core responsibility and mandate to ensure that they recruit members so that they maintain the 50+1 at any time in the organizations that they run. They also organize regular meetings for sensitization, especially when they're campaigning in terms of the LARIs, workshops, and also the meetings. They also solve workers' problems, both at the workplace and also at the society. And they also solve grievances that are referred to them by the shop steward. Then the other issue they do, they set clear stage at which they take up grievances from the shop steward. So when the shop steward have picked up grievances and disputes from the workplace, probably at a departmental level or between an employee will go to the supervisor. If then they are not able to agree, they go to the shop steward and they go back to the supervisor. If they're not able to agree, they go to the HR manager, and probably who will consult with the managing director. And if that is not done, now the shop steward can forward such grievances to the branch officials. And so for them, they'll also be able to give that forum for resolving these grievances before taking up to maybe the Minister of Labor. They organize regular consultative meetings with shop steward so that they can be updated about how is the work environment, how is the relationship between the employees and the employer, how is the relationship between the management and the management and the union, how is the progress in terms of the implementing the CBAs that is in place. So those regular consultative, or anything that is coming up, like this time for Corona, when you're talking about the flex hours, when you're putting people on half pay, people are going home, then the redundancies are looming. So they organize for such meetings to discuss issues that are affecting the union and also the workers. They provide a link between the employer and also the workers. They promote good industrial relations in the workplace. They represent workers and negotiate for the RAs and the CBAs. We'll look at further into the CBAs. They consult workers on topical issues. We have discussed issues of the COVID and also maybe the mental health issues, where you might find at a particular time, the employer now is taking up a lot of disciplinary cases that are associated with mental illnesses because they have not probably looked at the deeper issues that are affecting the employees. They also encourage collaboration and networking with similar and friendly organizations. I've seen where you'll see the union and the management are sharing a platform and they're going for similar training so that they build the professional capacity of the both teams, and they also to enhance the cordial coexistence of the two. The other functions that they have, they secure, promote, protect members' interest by their maybe, so these are issues of social needs of the members, the economic needs of the members, and also political. So I want you to mark these 3 words, which are really key when you come to union organizations and the roles and the function. The role is to secure, to promote, and to protect members' interests. That you'll see is one of the core mandates that will keep on coming when you're coming up with your union mandates and structures. The other one is to mobilize workers to participate in trade union activities. Probably it is a strike, a ghost law. You want to agitate for better pay. So they mobilize their workers so that they're able to participate. You'll find like the branch officials may have different workstations. They may be running with a supermarket, they are with a bank, they are with a circle. So they have different members who are there. So they are able to mobilize several workers so that they participate in terms of the trade union activities. They also suggest some changes in union. The other issue they do, they ensure workers are paid their dues in time. We have some rogue employers where you'll feel even the salaries are not being paid in time, or when an employee leaves an organization, it takes a lot of time for their final dues to be paid. So it is also the issue of the union that agitate for dues to be paid in good time without delays and with proper computation. The other core work of the branch officials is to compile, maintain data on the following. This is very critical for the people who are in the union. They must have up-to-date data about the membership. Who are their members? Are they contributing? Who is in arrears? Is the employer submitting the dues or not? Then there is also the economic trends and issues in the industry. Why this is very important. If the union officials does not understand the economic trends and the issues in the industry, how are they going to sit at the negotiation table with the employer? So it is their responsibility to ensure they have these trends and the issues that are happening in the industry. So if you're going as union officials, probably at JKUAT, you need to understand what is happening in these other institutions that are like your own. What are the economic trends that are happening in this country, and what are the things that are affecting them? What are the inflation? Are there budget issues that are coming from National Treasury, or what is happening? They also need to understand problems affecting members and strategies to address them. They are the foot soldiers, and they should be able to understand what are some of the issues that are affecting the people. So that is why for anybody who is in the union, they should have feelers on the ground to actually know when this employee is not coming to work, what is it that there is happening to them? When there is maybe low productivity, performance is dipping, what are some of the challenges? Could be that the staff are not well equipped in terms of their resources. Is it that they are placed in jobs that they cannot perform? Is it that the capacity have not been developed? What is it that is bothering them, and also coming up with strategy in terms of addressing these issues that they're packing? They should also be able to embark on grassroots organization and election of regional representative at every corner of the office they have. Then the third structure we have is what we call the national office. National office, the composition, this is, I would equate this to the COTU. They are elected national officials at the quinquennial conference. We've heard of this conference that happens every year, every 5 years, and the officials that are elected to this. And what is the function of this national office? Their function is to formulate union policies, all the policies that affect the union movement and the union structures. Those policies are formulated from the national level, and they are cascaded down to the branch and to the other union structures. They present workers' grievance to the industry court. They cultivate and maintain both the public relations and also the industrial relations. they affiliate union to friendly organizations. We have seen where during this COVID, where KOTU came in affiliation with other parties like the FKE and the Ministry of Labor, and they came up with working modalities that were able to be responsive to this COVID experience that we are having, where they agreed people could work in shift, people could work at home. Maybe we could freeze the CBA negotiations in case of, and they came up with an MOU that they agreed on that. So those are the kind of affiliations that we are talking about. You'll find like a specific branch official or an employer may not be able to get such kind of an influence and discuss such national matters. So this is where the national office come into play. They also protect workers' rights and interests in the workplace and also in the society, and they lobby for review of the labor registration. We saw in the review of the labor laws in 2007, that was just before the election. The union had a lot of say in how this the labor laws were constructed, and that is how we ended up with having the legislations that are very pro-employee and very punitive to the employer, because there was a lot of actually lobbying, and the timing was like the union was almost holding the government at hostage, and being the time of the election now, the government has just to give in. So some of these even legislations that come and are introduced in parliament, you'll see a lot of noise coming from the union and even in the national office that actually shape how those legislations and the laws are actually either approved or they are removed or they fail, or how they are approved in parliament. So the highest and the last structure we have is what we are calling the Quirquinho Conference. And for you to really understand this in depth, I would advise that you go to the KOTU website, and you'll see a lot of reports on this conference that happens every 5 years, how people are elected. I know the last one was held in at Tomboya Training Institute, which is associated to the labor issues. So you'll be able to see the speeches, the reports, and so many of these to understand how they run. So the composition is the principal officers of the union and their deputies, and also the assistants that are there. We have the likes of Watweli, the secretary generals, their deputies, and also the assistant. Then that is also run by executive board members. If you go to their website, you will see how the board is structured, how are the members. Then we have the National Women Committee. Again, if you go to their website, you'll see a lot of information on that, and also delegates from the branches, that is the various unions, like the KUFAO and the union, they're represented, and those people now attend as delegates. There's a lot of information if you go to KOTU website. In even the legislations, that's one of the website, you'll get a lot of these downloads, which are easy, like all the employment law that are happening, the NER, the court rulings that are, it's a very good website that you can get, especially when you're in the union. So what is their function? We are saying that conference is the supreme authority of the union. They can dissolve the union and they formulate the union policies, because it's the highest at the apex of the union structures. And that is it about the union structures and the functions. And next we are going to look at the role of the trade unions. So if you allow me, I'll go to the role of the trade unions, where a lot of roles will come up, and then from there I'll pause for Q&A. Just to recap the two presentations, they're just as short as that. You allow me to do the other, then I'll pause for questions, the role of trade union, because they are easily related and you're likely to ask questions that are in the other one. Hope we are together.
Yes, Rhoda, we are still on.
So when you look at the role of trade union, I want us to use a case study of one of very well structured union that I picked, and that is the Union of Kenya Civil Servants in Kenya. And the main reason we selected this because we want to see how they have organized their union, how they have come up with what I would call a very good framework where they have a vision, they have a mission for this union, they have what they are calling the core mandates and also the roles. So instead of talking theoretically, I want us to go practically, pick a union, and then we can relate the union that you're running in our organization. Do we actually know why they exist? Do we know their vision? Have we come up with a vision of our own union? What is the mission? Why do they exist? And what are their mandates? And do we have such maybe a framework or maybe such a write-up that we can share with their union members, especially when we are creating awareness and also sensitizing them to understand why they need to join the union and what are the benefits. So that is why I picked the Union of Kenya Civil Servants, which we call the UKCS, and we'll take us through. So what is a trade union, basically? What is a trade union? Can you be forced to join a trade union? Is it mandatory for everybody who is unionizable to join a trade union? The answer is no. It is not compulsory, and it is not mandatory for anybody who has been classified by the employer as unionizable to join the union. So we are saying a trade union is a voluntary association of workers. It is very voluntary. It is a workers organization formed. It is formed, it is run, and it is managed by workers themselves. The management has no mandate and should not interfere with the running of the union. So we say it's a voluntary, it's formed, it is run, and it is managed by workers. Then what are the objectives? This is what I told you to look very keenly. The objective of trade unions, basically, it is to secure, it is to promote, and to protect the interest or welfare of the union members. The three words must not miss. Your work is to secure. Through the CBA negotiation, you are securing better terms, you are agitating for better terms and conditions of employment. And once you secure, you must promote it. After you promote, you must protect that whatever you already have, it is not going to be washed away or taken away by the employer. So you secure, you complete, you promote, and you protect the interest and the welfare of the union members or the workers. So in terms of also the recruitment, it is your work to secure those members by recruiting them. Once you secure into membership the new workers, you're supposed to promote their welfare, and you are supposed to protect them and their interest at whatever level. Then what are some of the benefits? These are the things that you sell to the people who are potential members of the union. And at times, I think when the union grows big, they even forget to recruit more members. And they're stable, especially do you take part in the induction when we recruit new employees who are unionizable? I always see my union representative for every group of new employees that are recruited. We must give them a slot in the induction so that they meet them, they talk to them. Actually, we give them 30 minutes to talk to them, whether they are unionizable or not, just to have a forum that they can be introduced. We are the shop stewards. We do this. They can present their mandate, or they tell them how to join. They will come with the form. They will take their contacts, or they'll exchange their contact, and they tell you if anything happens, if RODA brings you trouble, if the management brings trouble, this is the number to call. We are your advocates. Do we do that? So the benefits of trade unions, we say trade unions provide platform and a voice for airing members' concern. And this is a safe platform that you have because you're protected by law that you cannot be discriminated because of taking lawful union activities. It also creates a framework for voice and influence in the workplace. It is very hard for one employee or one person to agitate for change or to influence the management on the entire workplace. But when you have a forum, a framework of the union, then it is very easy to voice and influence the workplace and also the employer and the management and maybe probably the policies that are in place. Trade unions are necessary since the workplace is a fertile ground for a lot of bad things happens in the workplace. That one we cannot deny. We say anywhere we have workforce relating with the employer and the management who is out to make money, to influence, who are there to maybe for personal interest, they're likely to have unfair labor practices where maybe employees are mistreated. There is likely to be exploitation by overworking employees and pushing them too hard and paying them very little. It's a fertile ground for discrimination based on race, tribe, age, where you come from, how you look like, how you voice yourself. It's also a fertile ground for disputes and grievances. Wherever 2 or 3 people, even in our home, are there is likely to be some grievances, complaints, and discomfort that are and disagreements. So in terms of the disputes comes when you have trade disputes or maybe issues that have not been agreed amicably between the employer and the employee, and then they go into a trade dispute that is at the union level, or it could just be mere grievances. I'm aggrieved about this. I'm aggrieved about the way I'm being treated. I'm aggrieved about their workload. And this could just be sorted between the employee and the supervisor if we have an objective discussion. Then the other benefits, it means that workers need a voice and representation. And it's also voice, power, and influence is in the trade unions that we realize. So for a trade union to have the powers and to influence, it must have a critical mass of the workers into its membership. And how to attain the critical mass is you recruit a simple majority of 50+1 representation of the unionizable. So the unionizable staff if you have 100 unionizable staff, for you to be registered and to have actually an influence, you must have recruited membership of 50+1. It doesn't mean 51%. It just means 50% plus 1 more member. Then high union membership gives the union leverage during negotiations and also the industrial action. And also membership also determines the financial muscle of the union in terms of carrying out their duties. You can see what happened to some of the union when they had a big membership. They were able to run with their activities even to regional and also the international level. But when the union members withdraw and they don't have the critical mass, even the financial sustainability of that institution becomes a challenge. So that is why it's the good interest of the union to recruit a critical mass or as more membership. You're able to target like 100%, well and done. You should be able to have those targets by this end of this year. What percentage of the members do we want to recruit? And how do we mobilize the recruitment? And how do we go about it? Probably even sponsoring some of the union members to trainings like this can be just a motivator for them to be able to recruit for you members, especially in the stations that they have. So the case study of the Union of Kenya Civil Servants that we looked at, I want us to look at what they have. In their write-up, they have a vision, as I said, and the vision of UKCS is a trade union of choice for all public servants, including your members. Are you public servants? So even your members are being targeted by this trade union, the Union of Kenya Civil Servants. Then their mission, they say UKCS exists to promote improvement in the welfare of public servants, facilitate achievements of fundamental workers' rights, guarantee social protection, and provide effective representation to the members. Maybe you could tell us, Anne, do you have a vision and mission for your union? And is it known to all the members? The way we know our company, I'm sure you know the vision of JKUAT and the mission of JKUAT, your union. Does your members know your vision and mission?
We have a vision and mission, we have a strategy in place, but this is not well known to the
To the
members.
members.
We are reworking on the strategy.
Good.
Yeah.
So these would be very good materials for you. Then mandate of the union, they have come, I'm sure you have these core mandates. If you look at some of the existence of the organization, especially the ones that have been formed by an act of parliament, most of them, even probably the constitution commissions, the constitution have come up, what is their core mandate of the union? So the mandate of the union for this union, and maybe we say this is how, what is applied to majority of them, it is to organize, represent and secure interests of the public servants in Kenya. Specifically, the mandate of UKCS is to ensure complete organization and recruitment into the union of all unionizable employee in the service of the government of the Republic of Kenya. So they have targeted, their focus is to have 100% of that. Maybe they may not have achieved, but I'm sure they have their targets or the strategic goals to secure, promote, and protect the welfare of the members. I had said that earlier. The other mandate is to foster unity, nurture a culture of solidarity among union leadership and all the members, so that we don't have the union leadership that is fighting with the members and the loggerheads. So it is one of the mandates and their target to foster unity and nurture a culture of solidarity among the leadership and also the members. They also target to promote professional development of union leaders and the membership. So in terms of professional development, they're not just focusing on their leaders, they're also focusing on their members. It could be internal forums of sensitization where you call them maybe annually or semi-annually, educate them and ensure you have that professional development. If it's too expensive, you can even look for maybe other trainers, even from Kotu, and bring them on board and probably discuss with the employer if they're able to give you a training facilitation in terms of probably the conference halls and what have you. And then you pay the facilitation to the consultants. Then ensure safe and healthy workplace for all the workers, keep an enlightened and empowered union leadership and also the members. So they want to enlighten and empower both the leadership and the members. So as you can see, they are following both the membership and also the leadership. The other one is to increase participation of women, youth, and workers with special needs in union activities, including leadership. Do we have that in place? That we are looking at women, youth, and workers with special needs, people with disability, joining the members and also the leadership. We could even spare one slot for such special cases through affirmative action. Then they also want to achieve financial stability on how they spend and also how they recruit their members. They foster collaboration and networking with governments, local trade unions, private sectors, parliamentarians so that they can lobby, and regional and international union federation and confederations for development and implementation of supportive labor market policies and legislation. And this is how you see a lot of union representatives going to both regional and also the international forums. The one that is very common is the Geneva conference that is normally annual. You'll see a lot of union members sponsored, probably their union representative and the members for such forum. They're also regional that you can sponsor your members and they go. Then what are the aims and the objectives of the union? Why do union exist? They aim and have the following objectives. I think we have like 13 of them. 13 of them. And we'll just go through them quickly. I'll just read through because they are just common. First is the one, this is just similar to what they had in their mandate, but now they have split this into the national government and also probably the county level. So have we done that? Secure, because I know even JKUAT has actually decentralized and you have regional offices. So they want to secure complete organization and recruitment into the union of all public servants, both in the national and also the county levels. They want to improve the relationship between employees and employer in the public service and the government of Kenya. They want to negotiate for better terms and conditions of employment for all union members and unionizable employees of the public service. And so they work very closely with the Public Service Commission, effectively represent members of the union in all grievances and disputes, and promote efficient settlement of the grievances and disputes arising between an employee and an employer. What we mean by efficiency settlement of grievances and dispute, it does not necessarily mean that wherever you have a trade dispute, you run to court or you go for a strike. It's very expensive. It's a very expensive affair that will also actually strain the relationship between the management and also the union. So they look to promote the most efficient settlement. So they will use strategies like they go through the conciliation through maybe the Minister for Labor. They will use mediation. They can also agree to have appointed or a panel of mediators and arbitrators, or otherwise aim to safeguard the interest of the members of the UKCS. So this is the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms that are provided in the Labor Relations Act, and some may be out of their own initiative to go for mediation and arbitration, which has also been annexed in judiciary. The other one is to seek and obtain legal, professional, and consultancy services in the delivery of the quality representation of the union. You realize the union representatives or the body may not have the body of all the experts they have. They cannot probably afford to have lawyers and consultants who are working on permanent basis with the union. So what they normally do on need basis, they will engage legal and professional and consultant services so that they can be able to have good representation and probably capacity building, and also for the defense of the rights of the members. So this way, they are able to carry out their mandate. They also strive and work towards ensuring job security for all the public servants. And then they endeavor to improve general welfare of the union members and employees of the union. They facilitate access to opportunities for professional development and advancement of the union members and staff. This is through direct sponsorship by the union, and also lobbying and negotiating with the employer to ensure that their members are actually trained, and to ensure that the training programs that are in the workplace are fairly distributed within the management and also the union members. Because you can find some rogue employers where it is only the management who goes for training, but then the unionizable staff who are expected to deliver and meet their targets are left out. So even in terms of demanding and seeing the training programs that the employer have planned for the year and who are they should be able to collect that data and statistics, so that when you go to the table, you can actually show these are the number of staff who are trained last year, and this is the only percent of the staff. Also, maybe looking at even the performance and the issues that the staff are raising. Have they been trained? Has the capacity been developed? Are they working along the lines of their professionalism? So these are some of the things that they facilitate. The other aim and object is to collect and disseminate among members of the union such statistical information concerning all matters affecting the union. They could publish, print, circulate, copy periodical circulars, and communicate to their members for creating of the awareness or maybe sharing of any data that they have. So the other issue is to collaborate with other trade unions in lobbying and advocating and formulating of worker-centered labor and employment policies and legislation. I think I had alluded to that when I said the union structures contributed a lot to how the employment, the labor laws were actually constructed and also approved in 2007. Then they lobby and advocate for ratification and domestication of international treaties and conventions, and also the standards. We will look at the core conventions and the ILO when we come to day 3, and we'll touch some of those things so we can see what are some of the conventions that have been ratified or domesticated in Kenya. Then we also look at affiliate. They look at to affiliate with national, regional, and international trade union confederation to promote full attainment of fundamental principles and rights at work. This has been made very easy, especially with the new constitution that we have, because it has really covered issues of fundamental rights and freedom for every worker and also every person in this country. And finally, is to establish and maintain funds by means of membership, subscription, the contributions, levies, and by borrowing on such security, on such terms as may be approved from time to time. So some of the financial projections the union would have would be the contributions and the levies they collect from the members. So if they approach a financial institution with those financials, they'll be able to get a borrowing, and this has to be approved by the membership and also the advisory committee. And that brings me to the end of the role of the trade union. So from the three topics, we have looked at the union structures, we have looked at the functions and the roles of the union, and also different components in the structure and what their functions are. Allow me to pause for a question up to that level. I know it has been heavy. Let me hear your comments, any questions, any clarification before you proceed. John, how is it so far? Go on, Anne.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Maybe just to clarify, there are members who are not willing to register as registered members, okay? But in our case, we still charge some agency fee because when we negotiate, they are not locked out, you see? How should we put them when it comes to a matter like they have a disciplinary issue and we discover they are not a registered member? Should the union still represent this employee?
In terms of,
we charge them.
That happens in all the workplaces and all the union. I can tell you that for free, that some are reluctant, and we have to really represent them as the union, because you'll find, like, in case they have an issue, probably some of them could be lack of awareness and understanding, unless it's the 1/3 rule. Once you are able to approach them and tell them these are the benefits and probably what, especially like the CBA, you know, like when you go for, let's not even talk about disciplinary, because the union can decide we will not represent you, because they might even feel ashamed and not approach you, because once they've been called for a disciplinary hearing, they'll have to come to you and tell you you want to represent them, unless the union, they are like, the union will just volunteer and say they are our potential members. You see, we look at the composition as the members and the potential members. Probably with time and the experience, they will eventually join. And the other thing that I say, and I normally see working in the union, I'm not in the union, early recruitment. And that is why you can see my union people actually, we don't fight much, but they really push, we need to come at the induction. You know, when that employee, I'm telling them these are the rules and the don'ts. I've read for them the disciplinary procedures and what have you, and you can look for an advocate. I even tell them you can be accompanied by your union, because we are not in fights. So then when the union come to wrap up, majority of them, I can tell you, 90% of them will join. But if you wait for them to hear the stories, this person even was sacked, even after being, they might harden up and become difficult. But it is good that you represent them, because for me, union, it is for the general humanity. It is for the welfare of the employee and also the society. And you create confidence in them that they can trust you. And eventually those may be your ambassadors for even the other recruitment, unless someone is, because there are those rogue ones who refuse to actually, who will refuse to join. And they will also refuse to actually cooperate with even employers. I've even had cases in the disciplinary where the union will come and say, from what I'm hearing in the HR, from what I'm seeing in the investigation report, actually, as the union, we don't condone. Because actually, for you to work very closely and well with the management, it is not the role of the union to condone impunity or misconduct of employee. If someone has stolen and there is evidence, they have stolen. That also makes it very easy for you, for the union, when there is a case that you feel it is neither here or there, or it's a first-time offender, you could even plead and negotiate with the management. We say, there is doubt in this case. So we seek and we pray for leniency in this case. But if it's an outright case, I see them not even protecting the employee. And maybe what you could read, such a person could be a rogue employee who is not even cooperating with the union. I've even seen cases where they come for a disciplinary when the advocates who are the union try to talk for this case. The employee will not even cooperate with the union. They say the opposite of what the union will say until the union just surrenders. Yes.
Okay.
So it's good to strike that balance. For me, never fail, if it's within you and you have the time, never fail to represent an employee. Be there for them. We say even in every market, there must be a mad person in that. So represent them. It is fair. But I'm sure when you go for CBA negotiations, there is that fee, there is that once-off fee that I normally see the union collecting after a CBA negotiation. If it's every 4 years, every 3 years, after we successfully negotiate a CBA, there is that particular fee that the union charge for that. So that covers also the non-union. Also look at how you do your union charter. Probably you could consult with COTU and say, what are some of the things that we could amend in how that agreement looks like? I think that's what I would say. Any, or we can proceed. John, do you have any question, comment, just observation?
Well, thank you for the nice presentation. As of now, I don't have questions.
Okay, so we can proceed. We'll keep on referring back if you want to come back to something we said, but it is really largely related. And what I normally say when you're dealing with people or the union or the workers, just try to be, you are a leader because you are like a servant. You want to serve and secure the welfare and to protect it no matter what. That is the calling you have. It is not about who is right or who is wrong. And we will see that. So the next presentation that we'll have, I'm seeing there's a comment. Patricia Opande, there's someone who is using Patricia. How our union is, well, we have Patricia, sorry. Patricia, let me add you to the panel so that we can, then probably you could move Patricia to the panelists so that we are able to engage. Patricia, if you can hear us, we have Patricia Opande. She's asking, how are union impacting private universities? I know KPUW exists, but they are not quite in movement. That is an industry that requires oversight. Is Patricia your colleague, Anne? Maybe Patricia Opande?
No.
I'm trying to move her to the panelists so that we can engage, and we welcome her. Then you'll help us do that. I can see I'm unable to do that. Promote, I've done that, thank you. Patricia, please accept my invitation to the panel. She's saying, she said she's coming from the unions. She's saying the unions, but this is private universities, but they are not quite in movement. That is an industry that requires oversight.
Yes.
Patricia, welcome. Welcome to the
I can hear you now.
Yes, you can
Thank
hear
you.
us. So
Yes,
with us, we have Anne and John, who are coming from public university, that is JKUAT, and I think for them, they are in the movement. Your comment is that the private universities union are not in movement and they need an oversight. Anne, who is the oversight for your union? Patricia, I don't know at what point you joined us. Were you there when we were discussing about the structure? Right from the members to the branch level, because that one I'll pick to be at branch level, then at the national level, and the Queen Conyo conference.
No, I joined you much later. I think that had passed me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
yes,
why.
I did say that.
Because that's what,
Yeah.
if I understand your question, the branch level of the union in the private universities is not working, it's not vibrant, it's not enthusiastic. And probably I would blame that on the leadership. Because for the national,
Rhoda,
sorry,
I
yes,
don't think they even have a union existing.
she has said they have,
We do. We
they
have
do.
KPUI, Kenya Private University Workers Union, in existence,
Oh.
but we don't have a charter. Yeah, it's not 50+1, but there is there's a union on the university. Though we don't feel them, so I don't know why they have abandoned their course. They once came, and 6 years down the line, they are not as active. Yeah,
They're still young. They're still in the teething stages, the
Those are
early
now the
stages.
challenges. Those are the challenges of having to be in private, because if you are private, then in most cases they are employed on contract basis. So the employer can easily manipulate you on those bases. Unlike for the public universities, most employees are on permanent and pensionable basis. Their leadership has come out strongly. We are a force to reckon with. The government actually recognizes it. Even the president knows what WASU is, okay? And like you can see, even me as a member of WASU, I did not know that there's a union that exists for private universities. Yeah, so it's interesting that they are also members, but the challenge is that of having to voice, because you are at the mercy of your employer then. It's like saying, like in our case, we have part-timers. The part-timers cannot be a force. They can't. Their hands are tied. They don't have bargaining power. That's the problem now, Patricia. I don't know how you people will go about it. But if you are but you're saying you're not recognized.
KPUI is recognized, but they are you can see it is there in name, but we are not seeing any advancements in terms of CBA negotiations or generally negotiating terms for their members. And they have a membership number of 65. So that should be a force enough, but nothing much happens. Yeah, because even in the university, we have staff who are on permanent and pensionable terms and long-term contracts, like 3 to 5 years. They are members. They are members. They've been recruited to be members, but the leadership, there is no impact. There's no impact. Yeah, whether it's because of fear of the industry, I do not know. But what I'm saying is that it is not, yes, that area, that industry requires protection of staff. Yeah, maybe it can be a discussion maybe after this training.
Yeah. And probably the other area to explore, which other union are maybe affiliated to people in the private university that can be joined, because that's a new union that has been joined, and you can see it has not even moved. So I'm sure there is a category of the union, apart from the public servants and what they have, that the members can join. At times when the leadership actually does not pick up, or they're not representing the employee, the members or the workers can vote with their feet. They walk and they look. I'm sure there's a union. If you are to have maybe discussions even at the national level, there is a union that you can fit in. And if the members were to shift and they have the 50+, that means the union that they have that is not working will definitely fail. I'm sure there's somewhere you can be hosted.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe you just need to talk to a few private universities, like the major ones, what they are doing, the USIU, the RIARA, and to see the Kabaraks, where are their staff apart from that particular, because 65, you said 65,000 or 65 members?
No, 65. 65
is quite low. It's quite low when you look at the private. That is very minimum. It's a drop in the ocean. I'm so sure if you are to call like 5 more units, it's a point of a research to see which other union you can join. You can see even the teachers, what is happening. We had the CUPET, we have all that, but they have other, I'm sure even for you, you have other unions, like maybe the members, if they're not getting what they are looking for, there is a union they can join.
Yeah, they could actually offer for us. It's actually an avenue for us to recruit if they would want to at the national level.
At the national level. So
We
that's
have
an
our-
area to actually explore, Patricia, so that you are not held hostage for union leadership. And probably even the union leadership who has formed that, they have not been exposed to training. They are not attending those conferences that have been organized at national level, especially when you're in the union. There are those union organized conferences and the training that you need to really attend.
Yeah,
And it becomes a very eye-opener. John, you can tell us something?
Yeah, I'm saying the challenge here for private universities is that they have different employers. So I'm wondering, how do you organize against totally different employers with different policies and everything else? And also to add on to what Anne was saying, at one point, private universities were allowed to join WASU, but I don't know what happened midway. But the main question is, how do you organize different universities and the employer is not the same?
Especially apart from the public institution, other private institutions, they have different employers.
Yeah,
I'll give an example.
The domestic and allied workers, yeah.
The KUFAO represent people in the supermarkets, they represent cleaners, they represent people working in financial institutions. There are financial institutions who are members of KUFAO, yet we have the BIFU. Yes.
Yeah.
So you don't have to come from the different employer. They just look at the way they are structured. What is the industry they are covering?
I'm
Yes.
getting that. My question is on efficiency.
The efficiency.
Yeah, because you will find that what is bedeviling different universities, for example, is different. Whatever is happening in University X is different from Y, is different from Z. So how do you come together as a body and try to fight that, unless it's something that cuts across board?
You see, once you have the branch representative who will come in your CBA negotiations, they will look at the policies and also look at the terms, because I'm sure the terms, we are looking at the unionizable, because if you look at any organization like we had unplugged it, there are those employees who are in the management who are not allowed to be unionizable employee, and there is that category of the unionizable. So we are looking at the differentials in the treatment and also the fair practices that are based on the legislations that we have and the other practices. So they can benchmark with the regional and other universities and see what is the practice, because I don't think it's all the universities that are wrong. There are those who are paying their employees and have very good welfare for them. So those are the people that you benchmark with. Then when you come to the negotiation table, the CBA that you will draw are for that institution only. Institutional based CBA for 2, 3, 4 years, not employer. Yes, that's what I would look at, because you only want to secure, improve, and promote the welfare and the interest of the employee. And once it has been penned and it has been agreed in a CBA, then nobody can, the employer cannot violate that. And if they violate, because some do, there are consequences to that. That's how I would look at it, but we'll keep on contributing to that and having a discussion on what have you. Then are you still with us? You could, I know Dan is multitasking. Probably he could have contributed to his view. I know he's really exposed to matters unionist. Probably once he comes back, we'll continue. So allow me, Patricia, welcome. We had done our introduction. Maybe you could just, we could give you maybe just 2 minutes to introduce yourself, tell us where you're coming from, and then we can continue together.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patricia Opande. I am Director HR at KCA University. I had a meeting in the morning at purpose to actually join you in person, but I'm caught up in too many things. So I'm glad the organizers have given me the link, and we can now carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So you've not missed much. What we have just discussed this morning are the structures of the trade unions, the functions, and also the roles. And then we looked at, you'll have the notes, we looked at a case study of one of the trade union that has really organized themselves very well. And we looked at their mandates, their structures, and their roles, and what they have put as their 13 objectives in achieving that. And again, from what we heard from our members, there's some echo. Maybe there's someone who has two gadgets. Actually, Anne and John are coming from JKUAT, and their union representative. They have shared with us that they have very good union charter. They have very good even strategic plan for their union and what they are targeting, though they keep on reviewing from time to time, and they've been sponsored by the union. So whatever material that you're covering is still what is being covered in the physical class. So we are 2 of us here now, 3, and I know it's a very interactive class. So from there, we'll continue to the next topic. So our next topic for today, feel welcome, is trade dispute resolution processes and how to avert the strikes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you allow me to share my presentation.
Rhoda, you don't have some tea for yourself?
No. I'm okay.
Me, when I talk for so long, I get drained.
I had taken some lemon water, so I'm good to go.
Okay.
Just give me a minute. So good, we are good to go. So the next topic that we'll cover in the next probably 30, 40 minutes, I don't want to dwell a lot on it, is a trade dispute resolution process and how to avert the strikes. Though we will cover it, it might take 30, 40 minutes. There are not many slides, but this is the biggest work of the union, apart from securing, promoting, and also protecting the welfare and the interest of the employee. Dispute resolution and the grievance handling is one of the main things that happens in the workplace, and how we handle our disputes and grievances actually determine maybe the satisfaction level and or how we respond to the needs of the employees that we have. So what we will look at the meaning the meaning and the characteristics of a grievance. And we want to differentiate between a complaint and a grievance. Maybe someone could just differentiate for us. What is the difference between a grievance, a complaint, and what we would consider to be a trade dispute? In terms of the workplace and application, we have a complaint, we have a grievance, and we have a trade dispute. How do you differentiate the three? Or do they mean the same thing? Let's hear from anyone.
A grievance, I can see you're already trying to define it.
Yes.
It's a complaint where a person feels unfairly, treated. It's a feeling of an injustice of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, a complaint may not necessarily be a grievance, maybe a disagreement. One does not buy into an idea.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a complaint, a grievance, and the other one was
trade dispute.
A trade dispute, I think, cuts across. It's more of a collective grievance. A violation against maybe contractual engagement terms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at it that way.
Mm-hmm. I would say a complaint.
Mm-hmm.
A complaint is you feel unfairly treated, so you register you express your feeling about the same. It turns into a grievance when it is now formally presented. And the grievance then would go through internal processes to try and resolve this complaint. A complaint that is formally registered now becomes a grievance, and it goes through internal procedure from your immediate supervisor upwards, of course, also engaging trade union representation for the employee side. If they reach the top and they can still not resolve it from within, and the dispute now, the grievance requires maybe a third party to resolve, in most cases, the minister in charge of labor, then it turns into a dispute. A dispute is reported to the minister.
Very well explained. Yeah. So thank you very much, Patricia and Ann. That's very well explained. That's actually the difference. A complaint, the grievance, and then trade dispute, the way it moves. And we realize a complaint is very general. It can be internal or external. It doesn't have to be relating between the employee and the employer. It could be a customer raising a complaint about maybe a dissatisfaction with the service delivery. Maybe when they came in, they were not treated properly. They ordered for this service, they were not given promptly. So maybe a customer could be dissatisfied by the service they are receiving from an institution. So, and you can complain even about a public, someone you don't know, or just a public person that you have not met. A grievance normally comes between an employee, an employer, or an employee or a worker with someone on higher authority. It is mainly internal, that you are dissatisfied and you feel there are some unfairness or some injustices that have come because of your relationship. So it is internally looking between a relationship between people who are probably working together. So an employee could be aggrieved by maybe the supervisor or the organization or the management, because probably they're not happy about the services and the terms and the condition of employment. As it has rightly been pointed, a trade dispute, when a grievance is handled internally and at an institutional level, at the highest level, internally, it's not able to be resolved, then a third party is called on board, probably when maybe the union report that case to the Minister of Labor for a possible mediation or conciliation. That becomes a trade dispute. And by mere reporting which is done in writing, it now creates a trade dispute. So just to see what we have said, a grievance is a complaint, a feeling of injustice or unfairness which comes to the attention of the supervisor or other members of the management. It can either be genuine, which is real. It can be false, that's untrue, or just unimagined injustice or unfairness. It could also be personal, that's affecting an individual, or it could be collective, that is affecting a group of people. It could be a symptom of a much deeper issue, and it could have started maybe recently, or it could have been historical, that could have existed a long time ago and maybe passing over from different regime to another. Then the common issues for staff grievances, maybe we could hear, especially from Patricia, what are some of the many grievances that comes from employees that you feel that they need to be dealt with the union? I know you alluded like the union you have is not being felt. That means there are a lot of grievances that go unresolved. Let's just name the many that we know. I know there are very many grievances.
Yes. What I see in my workplace is where staff compare their salaries or remuneration packages, and that becomes a real big complaint. Mm-hmm. They feel, yes, they're not being paid. The payment is not level. Mm-hmm. There are those who come with, yes, when you see, we don't have like, we have an existing salary scale, but mm-hmm. it is not applicable as it were. So where we hire somebody who comes with a higher pay, mm-hmm. then the payment, yes, it reflects that. So mm-hmm. those who have been in the university for long, they always feel like people come from outside and they're paid higher, you see. Mm-hmm. And again, any adjustment to payment is budget driven, where the university is very strict on its budget. So there is always the feeling of there is no, a person can stay in the same pay grade for even 3 years or more. Yeah, and especially now, even with the corona, that is not an area that the management or the leadership would even focus on, adding salaries and so on, including the annual increment. There is just no adjustment. Mm-hmm. So that area of remuneration is a real concern. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we can go nowhere because the board has not approved any budget to adjust salaries. So you can see a really demoralized and dissatisfied kind of staff, but they have nowhere to go. Yeah.
Pay differentials, that's a very common grievance that can come, and it can be historical. I'm sure you found it there, and it has continued to escalate. And I hear the frustration is because of the budgeting, but it is for us, the HR, to keep on pushing for maybe those rationalization, harmonization. It's such an expensive endeavor to do, but it is worth, especially when you're trying to solve historical injustices. I know I had the similar issues in my workplace that had taken many, many, many years, especially when you're doing the reorganization and people come from outside, from all manner in fields, and they come on negotiated pay, and there are so much pay disparities. So actually what we had to do is to look for a consultant who had come and do the job evaluation and come up with a very a salary structure, which is, of course, yes, we will still fight with it with the union, because now it is bringing the issues of capping, so that you have the minimum marks and maybe a 12-notch kind of a structure, that when you reach the maximum, then you wait until there's another review for that. Then, of course, when you do such exercises, it has big repercussions in terms of the financial. It could cost a lot of money. It can even cost, depending with your workforce. For me, it costed about 80 million to just move grade. Of course, there are many winners in that, and there are many losers, because there are people who will get even 50% increment because of maybe the historical injustices and where they were placed. So those are painful decisions that you have. And when you are doing this, what I learned, you also have to keep on engaging the union instead of going for, if you continue doing the what percent every year increment in the CBA, again, that becomes, because the differentials will keep on increasing rather than even normalizing and aligning them. So that's a very common, it's a common grievance that we have in the workplace, which are painful and take a lot of time and many years to resolve. Let's hear from Anne. Anne, a common grievance you have had in JKUAT?
It's usually mainly workload and working conditions, poor working conditions.
And a lot of work.
Yes, and a lot of work. And of course, some employees feeling like the non-academic, feeling that the academic doing less, you know, but because they look at us, they look at our work in terms of the hours we are in class. They don't look at the input I have to put before I come to class, you know, the research, everything in the back. They don't look at that. So that has always been the war. Okay. Looking at your workload in terms of, yet me, I'm feeling like I'm overworked when I have to do the marking, you know, the examination. We feel overwhelmed, yet others are feeling that we are actually underworking.
Great. John, do you want to tell us something? In addition to what Anne has said?
Yeah, some of the issues, like maybe when it comes to things like medical cover, when people feel that maybe what they are getting now might be different from what they were getting earlier. There are also issues of maybe things that have been negotiated but not implemented, which brings a lot of issues. And
promotion.
Also delayed promotions where somebody feels they have met qualifications, but as you're saying, for financial reasons or because of some policies that are in place on the balancing of numbers, and somebody feels that it's taking a very long time to get promoted.
Yeah. So I think workplaces are almost similar. Those are grievances that are everywhere. They only change the colors when you move from one institution to the other. So the issues of long working hours, John, thank you very much. The overtime. So you'll find institution where there are long working hours. The union is always fighting for overtime, which the management is citing budgetary issues that are unable to give. Insufficient working tools. We are seeing what is happening in the health sector, especially this time for the pandemic, the PPEs, including the uniforms and such facilities. Poor working conditions, that's hygiene, safety, issues of noise, confirmation to permanent staff, where staff have been on maybe on probation or they've been put on a contract for a long time. And those are issues that we have, that staff have stayed for over 6 months without confirmation. In public service, I see even 2 years. And then the poor pay, differential pay, we've discussed. The staff meal, where they're provided, either maybe they are of poor quality, they are being prepared in hygienic areas. Medical issues, especially, you'll find an employer may have a very robust cover, but then there are a lot of limitations within the cover in what we call the sub-limits and the exclusion, that you can see an employee have 2 million inpatient, yet when you come to chronic illnesses and pre-existing condition, then the insurance put a cap. So in our role in terms of negotiation, do we, the union, have a say when the management go to negotiate? And are you able to negotiate that within the provisions that you have been given, you can negotiate for better terms of those covers? And how do you present those grievances to management? Are you invited for such lobbying or maybe negotiations for medical covers? I've seen if you actually understand these medical covers, you can get a lot for your employee, but you have to really understand the technicality of the medical cover. The insurances are the same. They are just there to give you a cover that is very generic, and but you need to understand how you can go to negotiation and what you can push and what you cannot push in the insurances. That is something that all HR or maybe the union should really know, because you can still get very big deals within the same amount, because the employer will just give you the policy in terms of the limits, but the content of that cover, it can always be negotiation. Salary delays, terminations, too frequent and maybe based on tribal and other political biases, lack of respect by a particular supervisor, where you could hear employees of a particular department complaining about a particular supervisor, whether the employees are moved, again, where the supervisor moved, again, there are those complaints. How do we handle this? Then dictatorial management practices, where they say it's their way or the highway. Then we can look at some of the causes of staff grievances in the workplace. What are some of the things that actually create a fertile ground for actually grievances, and how can we avoid them? Some of the causes of grievances could be lack of policies and procedure. When an institution does not have elaborate and clear policies and procedures, especially the HR procedures, then there is room for a lot of grievances and interpretation that suits the person who is interpreting. And most of these cases will be the management. I can see we have moved from the direction of where people are just having HR policies as just policy statements that are very general and broad. And now people, what they have embraced are the HR policies, procedures, and procedures manuals. What I normally say when you're coming up with your HR policies, they should be so elaborate that they leave no room for misinterpretation or maybe different interpretation. And that is why we recommend that the procedure sits together with the policies, like what the government have done, and especially on matters grievance handling and disciplinary processes. Those should be very clear, and you should be able to review your policies on a regular basis so that the changes that are happening in the issues of the labor laws, and also maybe the cases, the judicial cases and the case laws that are being pronounced, you should be able to actually incorporate them. You look at most of the policies were just based on the 5 employment, the labor laws, the Employment Act, the ones that we talked about. But when you look at the judicial pronunciation and the case laws that are coming up, there's a lot of reference to the Constitution, other legislations that we may not have referred as labor laws earlier, like the Fair Administrative Action Act, that we are going to look at it later. Those are things that we should be very careful about the procedures, because you can do everything right, but if you fail on the procedures, most of the cases that will go to court will not stand the test of time. And you can see the most of the laws are pro-employee and not for the employer. So we need to be very careful. Misinterpretation or different interpretation of the sum of the CBA clauses. When you do the CBA clauses, and we are in a hurry to close and sign up this document, so some of the clauses will come up in generality, and you'll find that after it has been approved and it has been signed off, what the management meant and what the union meant is not the same thing. So when we have different interpretations, we are likely to have a trade dispute or maybe a grievance. Then different interpretation of the letters of employment that have been given to employees. There is also blatant discriminatory practices that are in the workplaces. And this is really contributed by the culture of an organization. We know we work in different organizations, but the politics and the culture of the organization really is what differentiates an organization. And this has been the biggest challenges of HR, trying to maneuver the best interest of the employee, and maybe the political and the organization culture that brings a lot of grievances, because you'll see, like in recruitment, maybe there's a lot of bias, conflict of interest, where maybe the directors or the senior managers will bring people who are related, and then that becomes an issue, and the staff who are on board, they may feel aggrieved, and issues of maybe even the terms of recruitment becomes a challenge. Then inflexibility by supervisors or manager. For example, for workers with special family responsibility, I'll take a case of maybe you could have a worker who is a man who is maybe is a single parent, who maybe will need to do more than what they are required to do in a normal family setting, and the supervisor becomes very intolerant or maybe inflexible in terms of maybe discussing, or maybe the time of how the employee takes leave. So this might bring about the grievances. Then lack of recognition of workers, like what you're hearing in the private universities. If there is no recognition of the workers or workers union, then that becomes a challenge, because now the management have a bigger muscle than the union, and the representation of the voice, it is not enough to carry through to for the workers. Then the effects, what are the effects of grievances? Of course, when people are aggrieved, they become demotivated, the morale is low, and that will lead to reduced productivity. The performance of the employee will dip. Then the aloofness, the staff may just decide to sit back and observe and see, let's what the management see. Let's see how the organization goes. So there's no ownership and there's no accountability from the employees. Then poor quality work, because they have a low morale and they're demotivated. Disciplinary problems becomes on the rise, because the employees, maybe they are resisting, they are not accountable, they have a don't care attitude. So disciplinary issues increase. Then issues of strike, accidents, because the employees probably are not settled, they are not concentrating, and they are likely to have accident at the workplace, especially in the manufacturing industry. Poor motivation, we cannot re-emphasize. Then vandalism or petty theft, because they are looking at what is it for me. If they can give me the salary, then maybe I can help myself. Then how can we look at the grievances at the workplace? We could look at the issues that probably may be bringing about the grievance, and we look at the violation. What are the grievance that people are talking about or the employees are raising? Is it a violation of the CBA, the collective bargaining, the bargaining that they have negotiated and agreed between the union representative and the employer? Is it that there is a violation of a clause that the employer does not want to do this, or the union want to interpret it to fit their own maybe self-interest? Or is it a violation of any of the legislations of the laws? We have the Kenyan labor laws and the international law. Is it maybe a violation of someone's rights and freedom? Or we can also look at it, is it a violation of company rules and regulation or the code of practice? Because they are the way things are done in an organization. You know, we have both the written policies, rules and regulations, and we also have the code of practice. What is normally the policy of an organization, for example, when an employee proceeds on leave? How are the other employee treated when such and such an occurrence happened, and how is this case treated? When an employee feels probably they're being treated unfairly, more harsh, they're being discriminated, the kind of policies or rules they are being subjected to is not what is normally the accepted code of behavior or the practice in an organization. I'm having a challenge with, just give me a minute. I'm not able to see my screen. There's something blocking it. Okay, so let's look at the general procedures for handling grievances. I think someone had alluded to that and had explained that, Anne. So we'll go through them very, very fast. So say for very slight variations from one company to another because of their culture and how they do their things, the grievance handling procedure should be the same. And we look at it in several stages on how we should be able to move from one stage to the other. And this is mostly the highly recommended one, so that we don't have a rift between the employee, the union, the management, and also the labor office when you're trying to deal with the grievance handling. So we look at it in 5 stages, or I can call them 7, because when we come to the court, we'll expand it a bit. But we have 5 basic stages of grievance handling. So the first stage is employee and the supervisor. And what you're saying, when there is a grievance at the workplace, the first line of reporting or trying to resolve a grievance is between the immediate supervisor and the employee. So they may choose to discuss the problem with a union representative beforehand. Maybe probably I feel aggrieved and I may just mention to my union representative, but I should be able to move to my supervisor, that's my immediate superior, and discuss the matter with them, hoping to have an amicable resolution. So we are saying the supervisor should try his or her level best to solve the problem at this stage. He can consult his immediate boss or the HR department or other manager if need be. And the HR department should insist on problems being initially reported to the immediate superior and not straight to the HR department. So that is the first stage. The HR should try to really avoid dealing with all the grievances that are coming from the employee unless they are very sensitive, and they should always encourage it and put it in the policy that the first line of grievance, it is between an employee and the supervisor. The two of them, they have a candid discussion. Then we go to the second stage. The second stage should be the shop steward, that's the union, and the supervisor. So if the first stage that the employee was not able to agree or to amicably resolve a grievance between him and the immediate supervisor, then the employee can bring the union or the shop steward on board so that they have a tripartite meeting between the shop steward or the union representative, the same supervisor or the superior, and the employee, and they try to discuss the matter. So the supervisor is encouraged to discuss matter fully with the union representative with a view of solving this at this stage. Once again, consultation may be encouraged, where the supervisor can consult with the HR department or his immediate supervisor, or the staff can also consult with the union, but they come and meet as a three-party to resolve the grievance as the second stage. Then the third stage, if this is not resolved to a satisfactory level, it is now between the union and the management. So if the employee is not satisfied with the answer, the union take up the matter with the higher management, such as now the HR manager, the HR director, or the industrial relations manager for those institutions that have industrial relations manager. And the HR or the industrial relations manager can consult with the managing director or the accounting officer of the organization or the GM at this stage so that they are able to resolve this matter. So this is between the union and the management. Of course, the HR is the face of the management when we come to industrial relations or when we have such a specialized officer. Then if the two parties, now the union and the management, are not able to agree on a grievance, in this case, now the employee does not have to come to the HR. It is between the union and the management, but both parties can still consult at this level. So if the union and the management do not agree, any of the party may report the trade dispute. Now it becomes a trade dispute to the Minister of Labor, and had alluded to this directly or through its authorized representative. So if you have a branch office, maybe the KUFAO, the Secretary General or KUFAO now, the shop steward can report to them, and then the KUFAO or the other union can register that trade dispute through their representative. Then we will look at the Labor Relations Act, which provides that the minister shall appoint a conciliator. Usually they'll appoint a labor officer within 21 days of reporting for the purpose of settling this matter. And we are saying the conciliator is required to resolve the matter within 30 days of appointment by the Minister of Labor, and or any extended period that may be agreed by both parties. And the agreement, it must be agreed by both parties who are warring. Then the fifth stage, which I'll look at the fifth and the final stage, which has also sub stages. It is now if the conciliator who has been appointed by the Minister for Labor, they are not able to come to a satisfactory agreement about the grievance or the trade dispute. Now the matter can move to the industrial court. So if the dispute is not resolved, the matter is referred to the Employment and Labor Relations Court, which gives its finding. You will understand that our Employment and Labor Relations Court is in the same rank with the High Court, same case with the Environment, which are special courts in the hierarchy of the judiciary. So the Employment and Labor Relations Court, this is now how people go to court. They can go through their own representatives, where we say the union can hire maybe a legal representative, or they have a panel of lawyers who represent their members, or the employer also have the in-house counsel, or they have their panel of lawyers. They take the matter to court. And if the award given by the Employment and Labor Relations Court is not satisfactory to either of the party, the matter can be appealed in the Court of Appeal. And if then it fails, if you're not satisfied at the Court of Appeal, then the Supreme Court. But we need to note, for Supreme Court, we'll only deal with the matters that are affecting Constitution. If it's of constitutional interest, that is the only time you can take the matter to the Supreme Court. So most of the things we will end at the Court of Appeal, unless that it's a matter that is affecting the public interest, or there is a proof of violation of fundamental constitutional rights. That's when you can take the matter to the Supreme Court. And that brings us to the end of the trade dispute resolution, which was related to the first topic. Let me hear comments, questions, clarifications on the dispute resolution process.
Yeah, maybe just to add,
yes,
at stage 4,
mm-hmm.
the minister could also opt to have an investigator who just goes on a fact-finding mission,
Mm-hmm.
or over this dispute that has been reported,
Mm-hmm.
before the minister now takes a stand on the same.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that would be also a labor officer
Mm-hmm.
in the ministry.
Mm.
Then they could also opt for mediation before they actually go to the industrial court. Some people have, they can go for voluntary arbitration,
Mm-hmm.
where the two parties agree outside court on somebody like a quasi-judge, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And whoever they appoint as the
Mm-hmm.
arbitrator,
Mm-hmm.
when they do that voluntarily, whatever the voluntary arbitrator passes, they agree beforehand that this would be the final award that we will take from this person. So for that voluntary option, you cannot not go to the industrial court. You agree beforehand. And so this person should be a neutral party. This voluntary arbitrator should be a neutral party to the two parties who are involved. And then they come to an agreement and the award is taken as such.
Thank you very much, Anne. Thank you for that addition. That's very true. And what I've seen in the current move in the HR industry, you will even find where we go to the CBA negotiations, they will put a clause in terms of when there is a trade dispute, then they agree. It is already agreed in advance that we will, before we go to court, we will seek the services of an arbitrator or a mediator. Maybe probably they could agree, maybe the employer could maintain a list of the mediators or the arbitrators. I know the judiciary have a list of those mediators with which you can be pre-qualified, and then whatever will be agreed, it is signed off as an agreement, and that stands, and it could also be filed in court. And with that, then you cannot proceed to go to court. That is very true, Anne. And thank you very much for that addition. Mediation and arbitration is becoming a core factor in the HR. It can be entrenched in the CBA. I'm seeing organization entrenching it in the policy as a clause. I've even seen some organizations have gone to a level of entrenching it even in the letters of employment, that in case of a trade dispute or the first line of defense, of course, would be the internal administrative mechanism. Then when it fails, then you go for that process. So let's look at the employment letters. I know that there are those samples, people have put it in the policy, have gone ahead and put it in the letters of appointment of the contract. And because actually court process is very expensive, both for the employee and also for the employer. Any other comment? Before we proceed now, I want us to shift gears and go to a totally different topic.
Yeah, thank you. My observation with this, when now we seek legal redress and we advance cases to the employment court, what I've seen is the frustration and it cuts across all other cases. It takes it takes forever, very long. I inherited a case where, and again, just also to laud it, that people in management like myself, you actually do not know where to take your grievance, because sometimes the grievance is perpetrated by the CEO and the governing council. So I have a case that I inherited that actually took about 11 years. And this staff was in management. She sued the governing council and the CEO. And, she just took a lawyer or an advocate and went straight to the industrial court. And apparently she also was a bit, you could say she was selfish, because all this, the sum total of what she was seeking, or the compensation, was coming to 264 million. So it bordered on promises, on a promotion and many other things which never came through. And I think there was constructive kind of dismissal. Eventually she had to go. Allegations of fraud and so on. So it went on and on. And it is a liability I inherited. I went to court. I tried to, it's very intimidating. And also it took so long. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, a mediation could really come and help matters. But in a situation where this is not a unionizable staff, then it becomes really in the hands of the court.
Patricia, I can't agree with you more. And how the industrial relations will succeed, whether it is a good industrial relations in an organization, it must have the goodwill of the management and also the governing board. Because if there is malice and there is no good blood between the two, then a lot of things will end up going to court. And even the employees there's nothing that will stop them from going to court, especially when it's in the senior management. It is something that is very common. And I'm sorry the case has taken those many years, 11 years, because currently I'm seeing a lot of cases are being closed in 4 to 5 years. 11 is quite, of course, the court will pronounce themselves and they can always do an appeal. And with the recruitment of the new judges in the employment and labor relations court, then I think cases might move faster. And where there is malice, where there is intimidation of the senior management by the board or the other senior management, they will definitely go to court. And you see now the burden of proof lies with the employer. And most of those cases, actually, they are, as we say, they are pro-employees. So the chances of even winning those cases, because what the employee will do, as you say, they are malicious, we try to close any gap that can actually show malice, especially in the procedures. Were the procedures followed? Were the hearings followed? Of course, she may have her evidence. Does the employer, because you see now, when there is bad culture and bad blood, a lot of decisions are made at the spur of the moment. And you'll find like the employer will find themselves at loss because they don't have any tangible evidence. And as you say, now she can just resign and go look for another job and sue you as the employer for constructive dismissal. Yes. So it's a very sad case, but this is because of different politics in the organization, politics, and the bad culture. And actually, when you find like the senior people are the one fighting, you may think it's Patricia fighting with Rhoda, but it is at the cost of the entire organization. In fact, we were discussing with one of my legal friends, and we saying we should come, the courts actually, I was telling them, Mr. Judge, the court should come up with mechanisms of ensuring that when such cases are filed in courts, we should have responsibility going to the responsible officers, not just the organization, because that is, if the court was to give such an award, or even give half of it, 100 million goes to litigation because of someone's malice or carelessness.
Yes,
That money could have been used
Yeah.
to harmonize and rationalize the staff salaries that we are speaking about, that we cannot afford.
Yes.
Yes. So I say, as HR, try to follow as the procedures, what is given in the Fair Administrative Action Act as much as possible. At times, currently, me and Patricia, we are talking from the position of the HR and the management. The same board and the same management can also turn against you to tomorrow. You've had institutions where the board has declared the entire management, or 6 or 7 people of the management, as redundant, yet it's not redundancy. And then you find yourself. So when you find yourself, the first thing I say, I take myself as an employee, then I take myself as an employer, as the HR, and you try to feel the employee. What if that happens to you? Yes.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, because like what I was saying, in private universities, we don't have the voice of the union. So it is the HR who is supposed to be advocating for the management, also now coming out as a union representative. You're trying to protect the staff. So automatically you're seen as, outside, you are in opposition.
Exactly.
And sometimes now we give up. We say, HR, we are there to advise. The buck stops with the CEO, but the violations are there. And you can really see a demoralized staff. Promotion is, and who knows who, and sometimes even takes tribal lines.
Yeah.
And you see, the worst thing is rendering the HR powerless. If management reaches that, then what you see is just the turnover starts going up, staff productivity goes down, and we can name all manner of things. So if the leadership does not heed HR advice in the absence of the union, then it's just, we are pretentious. We are not valuing the most, the so-called most valued asset, the staff. We're just treating them like some assets,
I can't agree.
So I see that.
I can't agree.
Yeah, and the challenge of that kind of thing is where there's also a culture change, which is perpetrated by a transition. HR, we have so much on our plate.
That's true.
Yeah.
And it has gone to data. I've been in institutions where even apart from the HR, because of speaking their voice and also their profession and what is provided in the law, and they also draw even the legal department, where you see the legal, they no longer take their opinion. So actually at one point we agreed with our company secretary, our role is to advise as you have pointed. Our role stops as advisory, and ensure you advise it and you advise in writing, and then leave it to them to make the decision. You'll have advised them.
That's true. That's true.
That's true. Then it will also give you a peace of mind and coexistence, because you can really get frustrated. I feel you, Patricia. We are in this together. Yeah. So with that, I can say it's already almost midday. We want to enter into the last topic of today, which is about 30 strides on mental health at the workplace. I want to be guided by 3 of you. Do you want to take a health break for 5 minutes? Then we come back. You can grab a cup of tea. You can take a healthy break. Then we come back at exactly 12:01.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I hope we are all back.
Yes, I'm back.
We have been able to grab a cup of tea. So, and sorted, we can continue. Patricia, you're back. John, please confirm you're back.
I am back.
Patricia?
I'm back. I'm here. Thank you.
Great. I think that was a good break. Now we can continue for the next about 1 hour before we call it a day. And we want now to shift gear to issue of mental health at the workplace. And we'll be able to look at how the small issues that comes in form of complaints, grievances, staff raising issues, staff behaving in a not so common way that we normally sweep below the carpet, how they can escalate into big issues of mental health. And why this topic is very critical at this point is because of the issues have been brought by the coronavirus. People now working from home, they are not able to meet and socialize. A lot of families are losing jobs. The main breadwinner has lost their job. They're having social issues at home. We've had a lot of issues of increased suicide in the country. We've had many cases of depression, even from young children, especially from the teenagers. You find a teenager age 13 years and they're saying they're depressed. Where is their depression coming from? Having mental issues, probably because of the influence of the friends they have, maybe what they are observing from the society, what they are observing from home, looking at maybe how the parents are relating to each other, how the parents have been affected by harsh economic time. Maybe their hopes and their dreams of maybe pursuing their career have become dim. And so we are having a whole package of mental issues, mental health. At times we recognize the issues of mental illnesses and disturbances. Other times we may not even realize that they are real mental issues. We might just think, hey, Rhoda has just changed. She's behaving weirdly. She's behaving queer. She's not interacting with the other people. She's not as jovial as she used to be. She's not as vibrant as she used to be. She's coming to work late. She didn't finish her assignments. She has mood swings. Those are issues that we normally look at and discuss at the workplace and our homes and also the society every single day. So mental health has become a very important topic for HR practitioners because we are managing workforces. We are managing employees. We are managing people. And also for you to hold positions of powers in your workplaces and being known as HR, I don't know whether you have, especially the people who have been in the HR, you've gone to a forum and you have introduced yourself. I'm the HR director, I'm the head of HR. And people perceive you as the one person who has the answer or the caregiver. You have a solution for people issues because we are people managers. And again, a lot has been placed in our shoulders, as Patricia has said, when you're trying to really agitate for the welfare, to protect and secure and promote the welfare and the interest of the employee, because those are your people. You may appear to be between a hard rock and a stone because the management and the board is not looking at you that way and they're not seeing you. They are looking at maybe self-interest. You're agitating for that because it will benefit you, or you're inciting employee. You look like a unionist. You look like someone who is not supporting the management. Again, when the employees come with their various challenges, you see all the grievances and the complaints will land at your desk before they go to the management. You have had stories. Probably this is an employee who is not working very well with the supervisor because they have home issues. Some of the sensitive issues that we have discussed is where an employee may not even actually trust the supervisor because they feel the supervisor may not understand what they are going through. Probably they fought with the wife. Probably the wife has run away. The husband has run away. the husband came home drunk in the morning. They have financial constraints at home, or she was battered at night. So those are issues that we carry as HR. Even as HR, we find that at times we may give in and there's nobody who is there to support us. I don't know how many of us, even during these Corona times, that we had care calls and we are calling everybody. We are concerned about how people are doing. How many of us, probably in HR or as the union representative, you are called by your employees to ask you, hi, Patricia, I'm just finding out how are you doing? How is your family? How are you coping? How with the changes? How many of us?
None.
No, God. Rhoda, you're bringing out a very a matter that I recently voiced it in another session where we were training on PHRI, and I found the likes of our own. And so it was just reminding me of a case where we were doing, we had a staff who was going through so much, and I spoke to the university counselor, and we talked to the staff. Before we knew it, it was 3 hours, And I asked this counselor that I am feeling drained. I have this very splitting headache. I can't. And I asked her, how do you cope with this kind of thing? Because this is what you're hired to do. So she told me that they have a network of counselors. So they debrief, you present your stress to another counselor and they do it. So they have their own way of, removing themselves from the pressures or the frustrations or actually the empathy, because I empathize so much with the situation that I carried the pain with me. So I started getting a headache that I didn't have. So in that session, I told them that I think HR, we need a session where we can share the way we are doing now, because iron sharpens iron. In the workplace, nobody expects you to complain, but you're human. Yeah. And this is not what we were taught in the universities to counseling. So these are like the emerging trends. We are now supposed to also apply counseling. You don't just, make past judgments or make resolutions on stuff. You need to look at why is the staff behaving the way they're behaving. And as you say, with the corona and all these things, the mental, you can actually see people have gone, there's some level of craziness across board. But HR is supposed to remain sober. You are the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor, all that kind of thing, which is not true. So for HR, we have to find a way of, remaining normal to serve. Otherwise, I think we will be having HR that we are also emotional, we'll be so down, or we are containing so much inside that before we know it, some of these HR people are in depression. As you say, nobody asks you, but they present it to you, deal with this, deal with that, and so on. So it is a new way. It is a delicate one, but we have really to know, in principle, how do we disassociate ourselves with the pressures of the work, as HR? That kind of thing. The HR practitioner must know when to remain the person and remain healthy. And actually now that contributes to the mental health. Because if you don't remove those emotions, then you absorb them. And before you know it, you are not balanced and you don't know. You see?
Yeah. That's great. So we'll look at some of thank you very much, Patricia, for sharing that. That is why it's a very weighty subject that you'll find in any training. There's the training about the mental health. And it will not stop here, that when we discuss this now, I like it that Patricia had discussed it in another forum. You will still get a lot of forum, whether they are free Zoom webinars or what have you. The story keep on changing, and there is one point you'll go home with. So let's look at it together. We see and we should be able to see the signs of the people who are suffering from this. Probably we are, and you are not aware. And how can we protect ourselves from emptying the other people to ourselves so that we remain sober? We can share what you don't have. So if you don't have that mental health, you cannot be able to actually even manage the others. So basically, what is mental health? So mental health is a positive sense of well-being. It is not just about being sick physically. It might be emotionally, physically, psychologically, and even your mind. You are wholesome. There's that even the way you feel about yourself, do you feel that you are focused, you are alert, you are yourself? I'm sure you know who you are. When you ask who is Patricia, you know this is the real Patricia. And you can tell when Patricia is struggling. You know who is the real Anne, the original, authentic you. And you can tell when you're struggling with something. So mental health is positive sense of well-being. It is belief in own worth and dignity and worth of other people. Do you feel like you are worth, you deserve it, you have your own dignity, and the worth the other people are worth, or you are having some challenges and antagonizing in terms of yourself and also how you relate with other people? Mental health is also the ability to deal with the inner world of your thinking, your feeling, and you are managing life and taking risk. Are you finding in your position that you are overwhelmed, you're not able to keep all the balls on the air, and there are things that are dropping and you feel like you're almost giving up? Then it's also, it's the ability to initiate, to develop, sustain, mutually satisfying personal relationship. You see, there is that you are initiating it yourself. It's coming from within to develop and also to nurture so that they sustain. They are not relationships that you pick and then they fall after a very short time. Then you also have a meaningful way of looking at life. There is a meaning, you have a purpose. Why do you exist? Of course, at times we forget and we close ourselves into the organization positions that we hold. That every time Rhoda is actually introducing herself, to say, I am Rhoda Wairioko, I'm the HR director, I'm the HR head of this and this institution. It is not the position that defines you. There is you, the personal brand who is there. And that's why you could hear even in introduction when you say, I'm Rhoda, I'm a HR practitioner, I'm a consultant, I'm this and this. Again, I come back and I remember I'm a mother to a son, I'm a wife to someone. You even say I'm a sister to several other siblings, because that makes up you. These are the things that keeps you going. I always say there is life beyond work. When you come to retire, or if something drastic or something big happens to you, probably something negative that may affect your lifestyle and your life, the only support system you'll have are your friends, your social network, and your family. So that's why it's very important that you keep them close for your welfare. The employer will forget you, and before you, maybe probably they even come for your burial, my friend, they'll have advertised for your role. So we need to find purpose and meaning in the life that we lead. And we look at how we can do all that. Actually, the status, I'm not sure if you can see this slide, but I'll try to read for you as much as possible. It is very awakening for me. When you look at the status of mental health in Kenya, it will shock you. These are statistics that you may not have known. And maybe just to start from on top, it is saying 1 in 4 Kenyans are likely to suffer from a mental disorder at some point in life, in their life. We are 5 of us in this forum. It has been shown from statistics that 1 probably among us will suffer from mental disorder at some point in our lives, or probably have suffered, or probably we are suffering and we may not know. Those are the statistics that we have. Then it also continued to say 5 in 6 Kenyans with mental illness do not receive treatment. People don't go to the hospital, probably because of lack of awareness or just assuming it's not there. You just feel you have a migraine, as Patricia is telling us, and you have a headache, and you just pop in a Panadol and it's done. Then after 2 days, it recovers. You get a cold, after 2 days, it comes back, it recovers. We never seek those treatments. We normally do own treatments at home because we don't want to think it can happen, or we are not aware of the signs. Then it also continues to say that 4 out of 5 people who commit suicide are depressed at the time of their death. We have had cases of depression in the police, even in family, young families, brothers, neighbors, siblings are slaughtering each other and committing suicide because of mental illness or maybe depression. You'll hear people telling me, how are you? I feel depressed. And you can see they feel depressed because even the time, if you continue with the conversation, the kind of perspective they have about life and the other people, it's very dim. And that tells you that their mental health is not in the right position. Then we say we actually in the second position of suicide in the leading causes of death among the youth aged between 15 and 29 years. The second cause of death among the teenagers between the age of 15 and 29, it is because of suicide. I'm sure we are fathers and mothers of this category of kids here who are in high school, who are in colleges, who are starting their life and looking for jobs. We are complaining about the bad influence of the company, the drugs, they are taking alcohol, they are coming home. It's good that we try to be with these people to really understand what they're struggling with. Then we say 300 million people worldwide suffer from depression, most common form of mental disorder. Then there is 3 times likelihood of a Kenyan man committing suicide than a Kenyan woman. John, that is the truth.
John.
John and Dan, who are in this house, there are 3 times likelihood of a nodded Kenyan man committing suicide than a Kenyan woman. Because for us women, the women, we like sharing. Of course, people say that's a weakness of women, but I can tell you, if you were to meet with another woman by the time we are spending 2 hours, you'll have had my frustrations. I'll have shared with you, and that is one way of debriefing and removing what you are feeling and also balancing. And high chances when I'm sharing with Patricia or Anne, she'll tell me, but I also went through that phase, but I came out and this. You can try this and this. But for men, every time I am fine. I know there is an article that is circulating on social media that when a Kenyan man loses their job, they are all fine. Even when the wife, they're not looking at him, you go for a club, you buy the rounds of drinks, you have to buy. You cannot even tell the person you've been drinking with for the whole week that I lost my job or I'm having issues at home. We think we are man enough, we can hold it, we can do that. And before you know it, you're into depression, mental health issues, suicide. Sharing is part of the therapy for the women. Then Kenya ranks number 6 in Africa in number of depression cases. We are standing at 2 million cases, where Nigeria is leading with 7 million cases. Then common mental disorders that we have the bipolar disorder, which is having about 60 million people globally. We have dementia, that is 48 million people globally. Schizophrenia and other psychosis cases, about 21 million globally. Then the cases of depression, they are caused by various causes. And we have the biological changes, we have genetics, we have the psychological risk and the social factors that we look into more details. Then in terms of access to treatment, we say very few people access treatment in terms of the mental, maybe because of the awareness, probably because of financial constraints, because of maybe even the government policies and frameworks probably in the country, they are not there. And we can say that 54 members of states in the World Health Organizations have no separate budget for mental health initiatives and also the illnesses, Kenya included. We are members of the World Health Organization, but if you look at our policy framework, we don't have any specific budget to deal with that case. Then 99, we only had, in 2016, we had only less than 100,000 outpatient visits for mental disorders, very few cases. Then we only have, in terms of even the professionalism, the number of psychiatrists in Kenya, there were only 62. Probably now we are just shy of 100. If you compare with how many gynecologists we have, pediatricians we have in this country, and compared with the number of psychiatrists, including counselors, I've seen in these public forums where people, HR are asking if you have contacts of any counselors, psychiatrists, apart from Dr. Jenga, very few are in the country and are known. So we need to also look at the policies and the frameworks we have in the country. Then we say 1 out of 7 outpatients seeking mental disorder cases actually have been reported in the Nairobi County, the big city. We think the mad people and the people with mental illnesses are only in the upcountry, but 1 among 7, it is in Nairobi County. Then in terms of the cost, it is very costly for us, even as employers, as a country, to actually continue carrying this cost of the mental issues, because you realize someone who is struggling with depression or mental illness, they lose about 5 hours and 30 minutes in a work week. That's lost man hours of productivity. And that translates to about 1 trillion Kenya shilling in terms of the cost of lost productivity because of mental illnesses globally. So those are very worrying statistics, and it's food for thought for us. Then health lifestyles that can promote mental health. We need to look at coping strategies, like what I've said. When you look at the suicide in men and versus the women, the men are many, and we have shared as women some of the strategies you could pick. And you'll even find, like, even why the rates for the ladies are coming up is like when a man wants to commit suicide, they'll first finish the kids and the wife before they finish themselves, so that you all go together. How many cases have you heard of a woman who wants to commit suicide? They kill themselves, kill the children, and kill the husband. They're very minimal. But for the man, we have seen those trends of the man kills the entire family, then kills himself. The wife may just commit suicide and leave the other people to be. Self-esteem, how you look at yourself. What are some of the self-talk that you normally have? One thing that I've really seen working for me is issues like maybe daily journaling. I do it every morning, the first 20 minutes of the day. I just do journaling, look at yourself, have a reflection, maybe write 10 things that you are very thankful for today. The gift of health, just be in a health status. We are in a class. Patricia, don't cry that you are not able to go for the physical class. We are in a virtual class. There are people who are in hospital. Look at this and thank God for everything. Look for ways of encouraging yourself and looking at you, who you are, so that your self-esteem, you actually believe in yourself. Take care of yourself. We are always going out to take care of everybody else, but never doing ourselves. Always take a time to ensure this is me and my time. Beside your family, your busy schedule, your spouse, your children, the society's expectation, the work, do you create time every time to just care for yourself? Take time, go to the salon, go to the spa, take maybe a retreat, just go sit and just do yourself. That is what we call the self-care. Relationship with family members, friends, and colleagues. I normally say your network is your net worth. How you relate with your friends, the families, and the colleagues will determine the quality of life that you lead. And even when you're actually having a relationship with these people, I always say there are 3 categories of the people in basic categories of people in your life. There are the people we call the comrades. We have the confidants, and we have the other people, we call them who? The constituencies. Your confidence, you can just have 2, 3, 4 people. I always hear the girls tribe, the boys club, these people that you can be vulnerable and you can tell them anything about your life, whether it's the spiritual, the financial, the work, the family relationships, anything. They are the people, they are just like 2, 3 people that you trust, and they can keep your secrets that will not go out and tell your people. These are people you must identify. These are the people who will lead you in achieving your goals and also as you're journeying to your destiny. Constituencies are there good to have friends, the colleagues, the friends, the acquaintances that you have, so that you network and you have social interactions. These are people who probably are with you because of what you have and what you are for. They are not there for you. If what you have, like you stop carrying this position or you stop taking them out for coffee, you will not see them, including maybe the teams that you have. If you cease being their boss, that is it with you. The new person will come in and they'll take and they will refer you as such. Comrades are just people who are good to hang around with. They will lure you, they'll help you achieve your goals when you want, because they have something that they are interested for. But once that is done, off they go. Utilizing time and money and self well. This is personal planning. When you plan your time and money and yourself, then the issues of mental health may be reduced, because you'll be able to manage and live within your means. You will plan your time and you'll not be overwhelmed. You'll have time to say no for things that you cannot do. If you feel your time and what you have cannot accommodate, please say no, so that you maintain your mental sanity instead of pleasing people. You'll find the people who are always people pleaser, they'll do anything for you. They can drop anything for you. they end up being overwhelmed and doing for the others, but then for themselves, they are not doing it right. Participation and cooperation in social clubs. If you are able to go to a health club, any club, religious group, self-help group, support groups for the things that probably people who have gone through what you've gone through, who have experienced what you have gone through, that really works very well. I know life, the only thing that is constant is change. So a lot of things, and you can never plan, you can never be in control. Things will keep on popping up every now and then, but then I say there's nothing that you're experiencing for the first time. There are many people who have gone before you, they have experienced it, and there are many people who will experience it after you. So look for mentors who can look for you, and the people, again, encourage the people who are below you for the things that you have gone through. Mental disorders. What are some of the mental disorders we have? We have about 5 common ones. That is disturbance in perception, beliefs, thought process, and mood. Those are what we call the psychosis. Then we also have disturbance in mood, concentration, irritability, fatigue. Those are what we call the anxiety and mood disorder. Someone today is very happy, or 1 hour is one happy, in 5 minutes, they have gone to the other extreme. Then abnormal personality, we've heard about personality disorders like bipolar disorder, people who have weird behavior, they pretend that all is well, and yet inside they are not doing very well. And there's a pattern. When you look at types of personality disorders, there are several. You can look at them and you see what are some of the behavioral traits that you can observe in them, and how can you tell that someone is not just rude, they're just dealing with personality disorders. Abnormal behaviors, first seen at childhood. These are things that they are called the congenital conditions, like autism. These are things that probably have now really increased. We are having a lot of cases of autism, and there are those support groups that can really be very supportive, especially when you have this condition, or you have a relative or a child who has this condition. Excess consumption and dependence on alcohol. That is drug and alcohol abuse and tobacco abuse. Those are, they can lead to mental disorders, or maybe symptoms or attributes of mental disorders. And what causes these mental disorders? They could be social factors. We have psychological factors, and also the physical, the biological factors. So some of them may overlap with each other. We'll look at the first one, like the biological factors. It could be the physical health. It could be out of disability you're born with, or something that has developed. You know, there are people who develop. I saw a gentleman who developed autism at the age of 35 years. You are born very well. They've been leading a very good life, but at the age of 35, they developed autism. Then genetic vulnerability. These are things that are beyond your control and you're born with. Maybe the other issues be the effects of the drug could also affect your biological makeup. Then maybe the temperaments, the IQ, and also those are things that affect your mental health. When you look at the social issues, we are looking at the peer pressures. Maybe you are looking at your neighbor or your sister who have advanced career-wise, they have bought a big car, they have relocated to this very good estate, they have born this, or your colleagues. But you're wondering, what is happening to me? And you become depressed and stressed because you're trying to live that life that you cannot, and your financial maybe status will not. Family circumstances. There could be maybe issues happening in the immediate family, separations, issues happening with parents, maybe they are sick, and you also carry that. Family relationship, and also the traumas are the issues that are on social factors that affect mental health. The psychological one, it covers the family relations, the traumas, the self-esteem, the coping skills that you have. We all have different coping skills, and your temperaments, and also the IQ. So those are the 3 factors that cause mental or contribute to mental health. Then what are some of the consequences of mental illnesses? I know when someone have mental illnesses or mental disorders or mental issues in the workplace, there are so many tendencies that happen, and there are so many consequences that could arise out of this. So the first one is the suffering. Everybody suffers. The person who is struggling with a mental illness, in themselves, they are struggling with their mind, they are struggling with their internal feelings, They're struggling with everything, including how they are performing their job, how they are relating the people. Their world perspective has totally changed. So they're just in a world of turmoil and struggle. Then mental illness can also lead to disability. We have seen where people have started going into depression or schizophrenia. So people start behaving differently. I know these are some of the many cases. We actually retire some of our staff on medical grounds. They started all well, then there was a family breakdown. Then we thought it's a depression. Before we know it, there's a whole blown out mental case and they can no longer work. So when you take them to the medical board and they do all those assessments and you struggle with maybe treatment for a long period, like 2-3 years before you subject them to the assessment of the medical board, you find that they are found with some temporary disability that render them unable to carry out their work. And maybe the chances of also recovery is also minimal because the sickness is also deteriorating. Mortality. We talked about the issues of the suicide and the physical illnesses that can be brought, especially the drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and depression itself, it's an illness. The issues of unemployment. When people are fighting issues of mental health, even sustaining their job, it is very difficult. One thing, they may be retired on medical ground. Number two, they might start engaging in a lot of misconduct without them knowing or realizing that will end up to the termination or summary dismissal, and they lose employment. And when they lose employment, what happens? Their families suffer. The people who are dependent on them, they suffer. And everybody around them, including the people they are living in the workplace, they also suffer. Then the issue of low productivity. We said for someone who is struggling with mental illness, we said about 5 hours and 30 minutes in a week is lost in those cases in terms of low productivity, poverty. All these things will attract poverty because even the cost of managing the treatment, loss of income, it all leads to poverty. And we all said we don't exist in isolation. We are with families. There are people who are depending on us. There are people who we are influencing. So all that poverty keep on trickling down. Then stress of the carer. Patricia said it so well. HR practitioners, we are carers of many people who are struggling with mental illnesses, who are struggling with psychological issues, social issues, economic issues, even politics in the organization. So when we have many cases of mental illness, there is burnout and fatigue, and also depression by the caregivers or the people who are caring for this. This is what we call the compassionate fatigue. I've been so compassionate. I've carried you so much. Mpaka, I feel now I'm giving out. Marital breakdown. When we have one person who is having mental issues, there are likely to be fights, disagreement, burst of feelings, unpredictability, even financial management, issues of infidelity issues. So those ones normally lead to breakdown, or even what we call the spousal compassion fatigue. They get tired, they start moving out, and they look for people who are sane or who are mentally, because they are fatigued. Intellectual and emotional damage to children. I gave an example where maybe the parents are struggling, our kids are observing us. So intellectually, when they look at their performance at school, you find it's dipping, it's dropping. They're emotional, they are damaged emotionally. They start isolating themselves, they start involving themselves in alcohol and drug, and all what they're struggling with is what is happening to mama and daddy. And maybe they're saying the mother has lost their job, the father has lost their job, there is no hope, my career is in jeopardy. I wanted to go to an international school, now I can go. I wanted to go to a university, now my parents are telling me to move to the village. We are downgrading from one estate to the other. All that is damage to our children. Then there is a cycle of disadvantage across generations. Some of this, when it's actually genetic, the disadvantages that comes with all these consequences is likely to be passed across generations. I can say probably you're doing very well and your life is going on, then something happens, you've lost your job. So even the schools that you could have taken your children to, They're not able to. Maybe they engage in alcohol and drugs. What will happen to their families again? Even their marriages, and they are not assured, even where they will take their children. So those disadvantages, whether genetically, physically, emotionally, intellectually, it is passed down various generations. Then there is reduced access to and success in the physical health programs, so that it might reach a level of deterioration that however much you go seeking for health programs or intervention, it becomes very late, because even your immunity has been down, it's very low, and maybe even the health programs that you are being, or the treatment, it is not as effective as someone who has a very strong immunity. So how can we recognize mental illness? Because we say there are very few cases of people going out to outpatient for treatments or inpatient, very few, probably because of lack of enough psychiatrists, financials, or non-awareness. So for us in HR, what are some of the things that we can look at in terms of identifying on recognizing mental illnesses? And I'll have 4 points. The first one is direct complaint of symptoms of mental illness. We've had, I have a headache. Someone, I feel very irritable. I don't know what is happening to me. I feel overwhelmed. I feel depressed. There are all those things. I feel I need a break. I feel I need to go away. I feel like I can't hold it more. Those are some of, or someone started drinking. All of a sudden, I know there's a particular lady who lost her job from KQ because of this COVID, and when they were doing retrenchment, she was a high flyer and doing very well. And a very young girl of 38 who has just started a family with 2 kids. She struggled because she couldn't come to terms that she went to school and she no longer had a job. She had a high flying job. And now what happens? She used the final due she had after it was done. But before that, she actually was a church lady, a very dedicated lady. All of a sudden, she started drinking, going out with friends, drinking. They started fighting with husband because now she'll come at 11. She started coming at 2, 3. All these are signs of depression. And the husband said, she has money, she has just changed. She was going into depression. So she went, and finally, after all that was done, she committed suicide and left the husband plus her 2 kids. Very sad situation. I'm talking a case of last year. So these are things to look for. When someone has just totally changed, Rhoda has been this person who is cool, composed, and carrying herself. Then all of a sudden, she's now into club jumping and hopping and drinking. And those are some of the triggers you might even see in your employee, probably who has gone through a disciplinary issue, who has marital issues. They start behaving, they start coming to the office. Before now you condemn them. Try to dig what is happening. How is the family? How are the children? Are they in school? How is your mother? How is your father? How are you coping? How can we be of support to you? Those are the things you look at. Then personal and family history of mental illnesses. It's good to look at the background. Do we have mental illnesses case? You'll find like in a family where they've had a mental case, the old mentor we knew in our age, kuna mtu anarukanga kichwa kwa ile familia. It's likely to repeat itself in several generations. So those are some, maybe come back in a mild or more acute or just a similar way. Then obvious alcohol misuse or family violence, when people start fighting, though are this very good couple, there may be underlying issues. Then the person or relative suspect supernatural causes. Have you ever heard when an employee becoming very superstitious? I think there's someone who want to kill me. I think there's someone who hates me. Have you even had an encounter when someone say, Rhoda, why do you hate me? I think you just hate me. Reason, have I treated you in a way that, no, I just feel like you don't like me. Like you just hate me naturally. Can you hate someone naturally? That is someone, actually there's one senior manager one time he said, Rhoda, just sit and tell me, why don't you like me? And I asked him, I don't like you. Why do you feel like I don't like you? And I feel I like you so much. What is it that you have ever done or come to my office and have refused? No, the way you just look at me, I feel you don't like me. And it's a man. And we had a conversation. Then I said, I'll be coming to say hi to you in the morning, just to show you that I like you. Probably I like you too much and I avoid sitting with you. And eventually, after a long, long discussion and weeks of conversation and months, the things that he came to open up were really the issues he's struggling with the family, the issues he could see Rhoda and maybe imagine she's feeling sweet because of this, and I'm struggling with this. We came to discuss a lot of issues. And at the end of it, he could just call and say, buy me lunch. And then you remove 1,000 or 2,000, go and buy lunch. And he'll even almost cry that you bought him lunch, because initially he thought, I don't like him. But those are issues and turmoils he was struggling with. This is how we look like. If I ask you, John, how are you? Patricia, how are you? We all say, I'm fine. Don't we say that? We are all fine. But what is that fine like? Are we fine? Probably what we are showing, it's like an iceberg. On the outside, every morning we say, I'm fine, because we want to be optimistic. We want to hold it together because we cannot break down, we cannot fail. But our fineness, what that fine actually means, below the waters, you feel useless. At times you feel broken. You feel confused. You feel betrayed. You feel like you are never good enough. You feel you are very fragile. Maybe that's why you are a target of so many people for being good. You feel anxious. You don't know what is about to happen. You don't know about tomorrow. You don't know about this corona, where it will take us. Sincerely, if you're to look inside, you feel like you're falling apart. And this is what a lot of HRs feel. And you don't notice it actually, that you're about to fall apart. At times you just feel rejected. Nobody is taking my opinion or taking my point. They don't believe in me. They think I'm a person that I'm not. You feel at times lonely. There are things that you feel that you hold that they are so sensitive. You're in the HR. You cannot complain. You cannot air. You feel alone and in a cocoon because you have to be the icon of hope. At times you feel defeated. You have tried all means and things are not working. You have tried to promote the welfare of the employee, to promote, but budget, money-wise, management will not listen. The corporate politics are not adding up, nothing. You feel pathetic. And this thing is really annoying. That is the status. But on the outside, I am fine.
Fine.
Are we all fine? Hi,
Yes.
Yuan. I'm fine.
Mm.
Yes.
Pamela is saying she was thrown out, that you should return her.
Oh, sorry.
Mm.
She's on the other side.
Mhm.
I'm sure when she comes back, she'll tell me, I am fine.
Yes.
Pamela, please accept my invitation. Pamela, how are you?
Okay, thank you. I'm on.
You're fine.
Yes, I'm fine, but I struggled to come in finally.
Yes. But hope you're following us. Eh?
Yes.
And you can agree we are all fine. But at the bottom, you can see what that fine means. Great.
You see, it depends with whom you're telling. Rhoda,
Yes.
it depends with whom you're telling and the person actually speaking. I am in a situation where at departmental level, the team can tell when everything is not fine. So you walk in and the energy can be felt.
Yes.
But I think in the crowd, it's the norm. I'm fine, but inside things are very different. So generally, the energy can sometimes betray you. You'll try to, fine. But those who know you too well can tell, no, things are not fine.
Yes.
So it is the way we are brought up. Kagumu, shikilia hapo hapo.
Kama mwanaume.
Yes. Especially the mwanamume now, the gender male. Hakuna kukulia hapa,
That's true. So that's why you can now you can now remember when I say the basic category of people you should have in your life. the confident, when you feel like outside with the comrades, with the constituencies that you're working with and the people in the office, you can hold it, you are fine. But when you have these two people, by the time you get out of that office, the next person you're calling is Patricia, we need to do coffee. And the moment you know you have said we need to do coffee, you know it's not just coffee that she's thirsty for. Maybe she has things she wants to say. So those are some of the support system. Good. Let's come back closer home to the workplace stress. And you can see this stress, they were not, the ones that we were discussing, they were not just restricted to the workplace. They were general life stress, because we don't separate the persons we are bringing to the office. These people are coming from families, they're coming from the society, they're coming from the streets and the community, and coming to work in a structured organization. So we have carried all these things back to the office. So let's come close home to what we do every day, and we look at workplace stress and what are some of the stressors we have, what is causing them, and how can we try to work on them in terms of the strategy we can apply. So what is stress? Stress is a state of physical or psychological arousal, how you feel. It's a result of an individual coping or adaptive capacity being overwhelmed by an event. It can be an event or something that happened recently, or something that has been happening for a long time. Those are historical issues. And it is often brought about by perceived threat or challenge. You feel threatened. For you to be stressed, there is a threat, a feeling of threat. Is it a workload or an assignment? You feel there is a risk of you not completing it in time, not achieving the targets, not getting that bonus. You achieved what if. There is a lot of what ifs. Then may be expressed differently by different cultures, as she has explained, how men and women express themselves in terms of stress. And maybe also different communities. There are those communities like you remember the time for Eneo, where some people were joking in our culture, we don't hug in public. We don't express our joy and excitement in the public. Then let's look at some of the commonly perceived stressors. What are some of the perceived stressors in the workplace? That one I left it blank. Just say one. John, you are quiet. What are some of the stressors in the workplace? The perceived or the real ones?
You're saying perceived or real ones?
Yes.
Maybe very tight deadlines.
Tight deadlines, and give us one.
Co-workers.
They can be a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I know in some places there are people who are very vicious and they can do anything. They'll not cooperate. They'll sabotage. Those are some of the stressors. Patricia, tell us one.
Actually, a boss whose statement is always, I'll fire you, I'll fire you. To me, that one has become very difficult.
Exactly. These are real things that happens in the workplace. They think that they own you. They think like tomorrow, if they fire you, there is no life.
Yes.
That you have to be put under fear constantly, even for things that you are able to do very well on your own, because you don't know, and such bosses don't even appreciate anything. They want to take all the glory. They don't want to take accountability, but they want to meddle into everything. So those are some of the stressors, including our employees that we are representing. Some of us, some of the supervisors, we are like that.
Mm-hmm.
We are stressors to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good. So let's go. Let's look at short-term physical stress symptoms. We will come back to those stressors later on. We will just name. So someone who is going through stress, even physically, what are some of the symptoms that you can easily pick? Let's start like someone who is appearing before you in a disciplinary hearing, and they feel maybe their job are about to go, or someone coming for a big interview and you have such a boss you are leaving behind and you really want to jump out and go. And you are like, these people, they give me this job. So in those occurrences, you'll see dry mouth. Someone, as they are speaking, hata mata imepotea. Their mouth is dry, their lips are dry. You can also have symptoms like cool skin, someone going very cold, and you can see it, even the hair. Then cold hands and feet. Others could be sweating of feet and hands. Others could be rapid breathing. The way they are breathing, you can see they are not at ease. Faster heart rates, tense muscles, even the way someone is sitting, they are so tensed. At times you have to go fetch a glass of water, tell them, relax, we are just having a chat. It's a friendly conversation. We want to hear the side of the story. We want to hear the truth for them to loosen up. Then feeling of nausea. There are people who feel nauseated and others actually even vomit because of stress. So, you can see even the attributes of the hangovers. They come very easily with the nausea. Butterflies in the stomach, especially when you have to give this speech and you have to public speaking and you have to stand in front of 100, 200 people. The butterflies we've all had. Or you have this big presentation you are preparing for, and you have to appear before the people who will judge you. You feel those butterflies in the stomach. Others can even diarrhea. And others even a desire to urinate. You'll even find others urinating on themselves. Those are physical stress of symptoms of stress. Continuation, we are talking about physical, the things that you can see physically. I know there are others that are underneath. Insomnia, someone is just sleeping on their desk. Every time they're just sleeping. Change of appetite. You can have a complete loss of appetite, especially the people who are abusing drugs and alcohol. They may not eat, they don't feel because their system has contracted. Others is a change of appetite. There are those people who, when they are stressed, that's when we add a lot of weight, because you eat anything you touch, it's edible. You eat everything. So there are those people, when they are stressed, they lose weight because they have no appetite, they have no desire for food, they will not eat, they'll not take care of themselves. There are those ones who put all the vengeance on food and junk food. Sexual disorders, that's why you have cases of rape of children, relatives, even old grannies, or even these other sexual disorders. Even in couples, you'll find total actually abstinence even from having sexual, and they start fighting as a family because one is depriving the other. They have said because they are stressed because of maybe the marital issues. Aches and pains, your body can just start aching. You feel all the joints, you have pain, but when you go to the hospital, they'll do all manner of tests and they tell you, we don't find anything. You seem to be okay. Frequent colds, homa after 1 week, then it disappears for another week, then it comes back. Your immunity is being eroded. Feeling of intense and long-term tiredness. You are forever tired. When you sleep, when you wake up, you are tired. When you get to that office, you are tired. When you're going home, you are tired. You are tired throughout. Then you're also prone to illnesses because the immune system is also low. Those are physical symptoms of stress. Now we go to behavioral. What are some of the behavioral symptoms that we have? Some of them we have yawning, talking too fast, talking too loud, people shouting. You find when like couples are fighting, even the neighbors will be woken up by the loud talks, and they're not even coherent in what they're talking about. Fiddling, especially when you're talking to people maybe who are struggling with issues, they are not telling the truth, you'll find they'll be fiddling with their fingers and anything. Then switching of the eyes, you see as you're talking with someone, their eyelid is moving, that twitching, you can tell there's something. Nail biting, especially in kids and even adults. When someone is stressed, they just bite their nails, paka damu inatoka. Grinding of teeth, you have seen, this is very even common with men. When someone is very irritated and you can see their jaw muscles and grinding of the teeth moving. Drumming of fingers. You just find someone seated on their table, but they're just drumming their fingers. Pacing, someone pacing about, they move from here before they reach the next direction, they have forgotten what they were going for, like that. Overreacting. People become very sensitive and irritable, that when you talk to them, They just jump in the conclusion and they are negative and they are just saying, they're treating everybody the same. Then other people becoming very emotional. It can be on either extreme. Rhoda is just laughing. There's nothing humorous. She's just there laughing. Anything you say, she laughs. Where are you coming from? She laughs. Where are you going? What are you eating? She's just laughing. At times you can be emotionally drained. You feel sad. You just feel like crying every time. You don't feel like talking to anybody. You lock yourself. Especially teenagers, they lock themselves in the room. They don't want to talk. You talk to them. This is someone you have a conversation with. They just answer you with one word. Yes, no. It's a yes, no, yes, yes, no. And their room is forever locked. People who are defensive. You try to ask anything. Did you see where I placed this cup? Everything you always blame on me. So they're defensive, they are reactive. Then irritability, I talked about. Irrational, even how they make their decisions. There are those people that you know they are very close friends. You know their objectivity, their rationale when they make decisions. But at times, they just become irrational. You might just see a parent waking one day and they want to sell the farm, the family house. For no apparent reason. There's nobody who is sick. There's no financial pressure. But he has just thought it is a good thing I sell. People becoming very hostile. People just want to throw tantrums and fight, and they become hostile to everybody. Or people are very critical. Everything that you do, it is being criticized. And you can see they're not even criticizing what you do. They even criticize you as a person. This is what women do. This is what men do. This is people who come from this area, they do. This is your handwriting. You can handle it. Was blame games. And other people becoming very aggressive. They become very aggressive, and those are some of the behavioral. The other aspect I want us to look at is burnout. Burnout is a bit different from is it fatigue or tiredness? Of course, loosely we say burnout is fatigue, you are burned out. But burnout normally happens like in an event or when you're doing something that you like and you are really put all your energy on it. And then at the end of it, you feel frustrated because probably you are not achieving what you intended to achieve, or it is not coming out the way you wanted it up. So things are not working, but it's something that you have actually deliberately decided to do because it's within your purpose and passion. So burnout happens a lot, especially in the workplace and the people who are in leadership and people who have a purpose or a passion for something. So in terms of definition, burnout is a state of fatigue or frustration brought about by devotion to a cause, a way of life, or a relationship. You have given it all you are all. Undivided attention, everything. You can even sleep in the office to finish this assignment. It could be for a short period. That failed to produce the expected reward. A syndrome of emotional exhaustion. You are tired. You can also have a marital burnout. You have tried everything, but now you are emotionally drained and exhausted. There is reduced personal accomplishment that occur among individuals who do people work, especially the people who deal with people. You know, people is a package of emotions, psychologists. So we might get to a level of burnout. And if burnout is not taken care of, where maybe you need to re-strategize, step out, take a break, come and peak, it might end up going to depression or even the physical illnesses. So what are some of the causes of workplace stress? We had mentioned some of them. So we categorize them into 3 factors. I think from the examples that we gave, I can see an example in each and every category. So we will just list them. There are those which are job-related factors. We talked about long working hours and work overload. Organizational factors, like the culture could be so toxic. The structures and the governance could be so bad that they become a source of stress. Individual factors, they could be probably you are not professionally developed or you don't have the competencies to do that workload. So the effort you are putting and the time you're putting into it become so stressful. Or probably you have baggages you have carried from home, from the community, from your family, from the society. It could also be you are unwell, physical disability, or physical challenges that are actually just attributed not to everybody, but are specific to you. So job-related examples. Job-related examples, we have highly specialized job or people-related jobs. Could be stressors, heavy workloads, long working hours and shift work. I remember one time I had to quit a job from an international bank because of the shift system, that you could go for a whole week without seeing probably even your kids, because you will get home at midnight, escorted by security, and they thought I'm a very prominent person because I could be dropped by G4S vehicles and what have you, and the askaris will stand there until I confirm I'm home. Then I'll call everyone to ensure you are home, and they say then that's when they disappear. Then for you to reach, you have to be there very early. A whole year I didn't have a free Sunday to go to church, because you will find yourself going to a shift system on a Friday afternoon, then coming out on a Tuesday. So when everybody is home, you are on a shift. So you say those are some of the stressors, because it could be straining your family and other issues that you could do. Inadequate resources when you're working with, like the PPEs, or you don't have the resources, and the resources you have to use like the double the time and the effort to make your work done, or it is such a risk exposure in terms of the health risks. Poor working conditions, where the conditions are so noisy, the lighting is poor, the place is dirty, there is no drinking water, and also the discrimination, even from colleagues, could be a job-related factor, or people who are not cooperating. Organization factors, they include role ambiguity. You don't know when, especially the HR, when the executive decides to throw over your job, they want to do all the responsibility, but the accountability comes back to you. There is no clear-cut role of who is to do and where the mandate starts. When the board start doing the operational things, role ambiguity. Role conflicts. When the two people are doing almost near similar roles and any can overstep on the other, it brings conflicts. Uncertainty over security of tenure, like someone who is threatening every day, I will sack you, I'll sack you. Or you keep on hearing, we are going to do reorganization, you know we are not doing so well. Maybe people working in the government, you see there is those legislators who say this organization should be combined with this, we should merge, this should be, all those stories we've had. Poor relationship with workmates, we've talked about it. Little participation in decision making, where are decisions that are affecting you, that are affecting your welfare. You are staying in an organization. Decisions that are core HR, you are never consulted and you don't participate. You just hear like any other spectators. Are there decisions that have been made that are regarding the union of the HR, and you only come to learn it from the corridors and from junior staff? Those are stressors. Little or unclear career development. When the career path is not very clear, you don't even know whether there is room for growth, because probably there are so many factors, you become stressed, and probably you start looking for a job and the staff turnovers comes. Personal or individual factors that are specific, personality and coping mechanisms. If you have a personality disorder, or how maybe you cope or you act, we say it is not what happens to you, but how you respond to it that determines the success or the failure, or how far you can go. Physical health, you could be unwell, especially when you go to the office when you are ill. You are not yourself. This is something that can bring you down. Mental health, you are in depression. You have a personality disorder. Nature of family and social support, the kind of support that you have. You can be going through stress, but the social or the family support you have in the background can actually determine how well you do or how down you go. Because probably home has become like you are an outcast. Nobody cares about you. The expectations are so huge. You have such a terrible boss, but at home, everybody is looking up on you and they're pushing you, go to the office, bring us this. You cannot resign from that job. It is helping us with this. Stages of career development. Various stages of career development come with different stressors. I can tell you, the higher the rank you grow, the higher the stressors and different stressors. The people who are the entry, maybe they're just worried about the salary increment and job security. The people at the higher hierarchy, the organization politics and corporate culture is the food for, it's your breakfast for every day. Then what are the effects of the work-related stress? We look at it in two perspectives, on the individual and also on the organization level. I've had someone dropping. I don't know who we have lost. John. John has dropped, but she's not in the attendee list, so probably he'll connect, probably network issues. So we look at it from the two perspectives. So individual level, they're very simple and self-explanatory. That's why I'm moving very fast, but we'll have a session for discussion at the end. I'm not so far from finishing. So individual levels, those are the effects. One of it is violence. Number two, substance misuse. So that is alcohol and drug abuse, because it gives you a temporary relief and take you to another world and you forget all your worries. Unfortunately, after you sober up, you find your problem where you left them, and probably more escalated than that, because even the money you could have done, the little you have squandered in alcohol. Then physical illnesses. It can bring the issues of heart and low, because of the heart attack, the cardiac and the low immunity. Mental illnesses like depression and anxiety, when they escalate, we said, actually when burnout escalate, they can go to depression and anxiety. Uncertain career path. Then social problems like the family, friends, and you also start conflicting with the law of the land, and you might just find yourself against the law and probably in prison and what happened. You can see the cases of people where spouses are killing each other. Every day I read that case for this lady, that lady who's been put behind bars for 30 years and had a young family, this former principal of, I don't know which school in Central. And you can see the way she's narrating the story, you could feel her as a mother, but probably what could have happened at that point, and now things have really changed. And then at organization level, what are some of the consequences? We have accidents, theft by servant, reduced productivity. That is actually people go slow. They just sit and observe. Let's see them working. Absenteeism, because people are going for treatment. They went and drank too much, and then they go to the hospital, they come with a sick cough. There's nothing you can do because the sick cough is valid. They went to Aga Khan, they were given 5 days off, and they were just having hangovers. Cost of treatment to the family and also to the organization. Staff turnover, when I feel there is job insecurity, there is uncertain career growth, I will just look for a better pay and I move. Negative corporate image. When you feel like, or when you hear the organization, people there are stressed, they pay, but the stress levels there, people will leave and go mad. So it doesn't really reflect very well on you as an organization. Let's look at way of coping with stress, even at our personal level. So what is coping? Coping, we are saying, is a way to prevent, to delay, to avoid, or to manage stress, whichever way. Either you want to avoid, you manage, you want to delay the pain, or you want to totally prevent it. So we have 3 categories. The first one is change the source of the stress. If it is the work environment that is stressing you, You have tried your best and you can't change it. You can walk and look maybe for a better environment. And probably what I say, maybe what you're running from is corporate politics. They only change the shape and the color and the shades. So do you want to keep on running away? Or how can you deal with it? You can change the view, how you view the situation. Probably the person who is stressing you have mental illnesses or issues, or have family challenges, or have historical issues that he's struggling with. It is not about you. It is about, but they are venting it on you. So what if you change the perspective and how you view the situation, tolerating the stressors until it passes or become less troublesome? You can say, this person is on contract who is struggling, who is frustrating me. It's just a matter of time that they will go. Or they'll be taught and they will change their tactics. So those are some of the coping mechanisms. There is no one straight jacket or one fit all. These are some of the combination you do. Then we have a list of many suggestions, which we have spoken about. We will just run through the list. Find a support system. When you have people who are struggling with alcohol, I've even had cases, I've enrolled people at, it's called it's called Anonymous. It's some years ago. You've
Alcoholic Anonymous.
Yes. You can go to and enroll them. And some have reformed. They have gone into rehabilitation. They have come back. But unfortunately, maybe after time, they also relapse. And especially the people that have dealt with, who are dealing with alcoholism, are very sharp people, very sharp. When in their right frame of mind, they work and I always tell them, it is not alcoholism that will make you lose your job. It is the consequences and the effects. Because I will never sack you, or you never go home because we understand that's a mental illness or it's an illness. But the things that you do when you are drunk are the ones that will lead to misconduct and make you lose your job. One day you will wake up and insubordinate your boss. The next day you will go for 7 days and you'll be accused of desertion of duty. The other issue, you might be abusive physically. You come and fight people and cause. Those are the things that will take you home, but you will never take you home because you're alcoholic, because that's a challenge you are struggling with. And what I've also seen working is to also, where practical, and I think that's where we need the debriefing, involve the family, involve the spouse, the parents, the siblings in this journey, so that the far you can go as HR, you will work with the panel of list the hospitals you have, enroll them for such free facilities that, like Alcoholics Anonymous. But then you also have to shift the burden to the family and tell them, ensure you bring them and you pick them back. Then it reaches a place, take them for rehabilitation. The only support you can tell them is probably the rehabilitation. If it's in your medical cover, there is this package that the organization will give. Number two, after they come from this period of rehab, they can come back to the work if they are able to reform. The other issue is, it is the family to take up the responsibility and to work with that person so that you share the burden. It doesn't become your own load to carry. Be realistic. We've also organized for counseling, for especially when it's a spouse. The two spouses, they go for counseling for these Anonymous within the institution, and that really works. So that even by the time you have to part ways with these people, the family will always appreciate the length that you went into it. Then be realistic. Don't set so high targets that are unachievable. Then you also need to be organized and take charge. Be said, organize your life, your finances, your plan, and everything. Do only whatever you can do. I always say, you cannot give what you don't have. Don't be a people pleaser. If you don't have money for yourself, even to take your kids, why do you think you can educate someone else's child? Just spend what you have and be within your means. Take breaks. Give yourselves the me time. I say, do use yourself. Learn to say no. Then get regular exercises, whether it's just walking, jogging, anything that you can do. Balanced diet. Observe what we eat. Avoid alcohol, coffee. Coffee, I know it is one of the things that we really love because it really energizes you and wakes you up. It makes you hyper. It is not good to take a lot of caffeine. And other drugs also. Get a hobby. Do something different. Learn a language. Do something that you have never done. Whether you want to join Zumba classes, you want to go for dance classes, you want to learn a new language, you have more spare time, and probably do something that is different. I actually said at the beginning that at my age, I've gone back. In fact, we were fighting at how can you go back to school at your age and you're going to pursue a degree? Because it was a childhood dream. I really wanted to become a lawyer. And because of the experiences that we are sharing and the rogue employers that I've seen and how people, then I said, I think doing law I don't think we can have a better lawyer than someone who has practiced HR for all those years, because you actually understand the industry and the intricacies from the union perspective, from the employer's perspective, and from the HR perspective. So when you are able to learn and you have the qualification and you're that, I think you can do better than those lawyers who just go do law and they're struggling to understand what is HR, what is industrial relations. They don't know what is CBA. They don't know the in-depth of the issue. So just do something different, slow down. And at times, just look for something that can make you laugh, have humor, whether it's comedy or hang around with people who like telling funny stories so that you can just give a good laugh. Then let's look at the bad habits that promote. What are the things that we do that are likely to promote stresses? We have said it's what we say don't do. So if you do them, they promote stress. Alcohol, cigarette, coffee. Irresponsible sexual behavior. What this means, you become drunk and you go to endeavors and exploration of irresponsible sexual behaviors. The aftermath of that will give you mental illness because there are finances to carry, there are baggages to carry, that gives it their home that it can break. Avoid such. Bad eating habits, irregular meals. We want to eat, you want to eat at 11 before you go to sleep. We know we are also we are supposed to take our meals very early before we go to bed. Avoid junk foods. Drinking, just drinking and drinking. Worrying about the things that you cannot change. At times with the things that worry us are things that are beyond our control. And our worrying doesn't even make things better or doesn't prevent them. Furthermore, it just makes it worse because out of being worried. Have you tried to see when you are so worried and you are so keen and you are so careful, that's when you even make more mistakes? Setting impossible goals. I want to buy a 30 million house within 5 years. And this time you're already even struggling to educate your children. Set realistic goals. Even the young people, they want to become the HR. I'm sure Patricia can share. The people who you have recruited less than 2 years ago, they want to become HR director because they have read several strategies and seen, and now they feel they cannot take the many years you took to rise to that position. They want to grow today. In fact, one of my staff asked me one time, he was a different department. Why did they take you so many years to become a head of department? For me, it cannot take me more than 5 years. It took you so many years. For him, within 5 years, if it's either he has that position or not. Concentrating on avoiding failures. When you are too careful, when you're so risk averse, that can give you mental illness. And then we look at, finally, this is my final slide, strategies to combat workplace stress. I think some of them we have talked about. It is no brainer, they're just common. At the workplace, the things that we can do to combat the stress that are happening in the workplace. Hold regular staff meetings. When there are regular staff meetings, especially the people in the management, you are able to have a feel in the heartbeat of the organization. Also at the departmental level, hold regular staff departmental meetings so that you can understand what is happening. You can give, and always give people time to air their views. At times you are the final say, but let them speak. Let them pass it, bounce it to them and say, what do you think about this? What are some of the things that we can do better that can change? I remember like in my department, I could even allocate every staff. We split the whole organization and every staff in HR had to adopt a department or a branch because we have regional. So it is you who have adopted. If actually one officer have adopted finance and has 30 staff, every monthly meeting we hold, you have to give us the updates of that department and not just performance. If there are JDs, we are asking what is the status? Why are they struggling? If it's performance appraisals, why is finance lagging behind compared to the other department? How comes we have so many number of people who have not signed their work plan, they have not submitted? They'll even tell you in finance, this staff was admitted because of this. I've been talking to them, this is how they are faring. They'll tell you in finance, so-and-so got a new baby born and they have been discharged. In finance, this. So they'll tell you the personal welfare. They'll tell you if there are COVID cases and whatever, it is that person to call in. So you have a feel. The things that you could not have picked, you pick. Then everybody, so you'll have like 3-4 departments or branches. They'll tell you in Kapenguria, we had a case of blah, blah, blah. This person has been on 3 days sick off, but now they are back. So those regular meetings, you know, you make them feel like they're in charge and they contribute and they are partner in that job. Availability of counseling services. These ones we cannot. Ensure you always, when you ask for the pre-qualification of service provider, I always ensure counseling service is in the panel of the pre-qualified. Like you have 2-3 counseling services that are affordable that we sponsor our staff to, because at times they don't want to use the ones that are in the medical. Of course, we have the medical cover where we have the list of psychiatrists and the counselors, anybody can. So you give that and the list too, because it covers the whole country. But again, when we have cases, even in personal financial management, someone who is unable to clear their loans and someone who has gone through disciplinary, we will even book for them an appointment with the counselor. That's Aman counseling we normally use. And they will come, they'll be given maybe sessions. You'll tell them, what did you agree? Let me see your session. Until that institution writes to me and tell me, Rhoda, we had 5 sessions, 8 sessions with your staff for the last 2 months, and now we have completed, done. At times we make it mandatory because there are people who will resist to go. But then we may even reallocate them job after they have cleared. So they'll be looking forward to. And then after the end of it, you tell them to write a report and say, what are some of the lessons that you have learned? What are the things that you have resolved? And how are you likely to change on how you work in there so that you see an improvement? Because probably they were at the verge of being sacked. And now we want them to make reforms. And you see now the report they write, it's their word, and we will track them. Then availability of clinical services. Those are medical services that we've talked about, and emergency services that is for the employee and also the family. I know we have that. Stress management programs. What we normally do, like in the staff medical cover, ensure you have the quarterly sensitization sessions. You might just decide like every now and then, you'll say Q1, we are talking about mental illness. We need a psychiatric, a counselor, so they bring a panel of B and they have a 1-hour session with the staff. You might say we are talking about personal stress management. Those are within the medical cover. We want to talk about diets. We want to come for testing. Probably if you have enough facilities and room, set aside a conference hall or a room where people can even go test for dentals, opticals, they can test for blood sugar, they can test for everything, and they move. And also probably if you're able to afford, give a benefit of which you can get and pick from the medical insurance general health checkup annual. Whether it is at a limit of 15,000, it's between like 15 and 25. Let them go for well man, well woman, so that they are able, mostly for the two spouses. So they're able to, and you rally them like in the month of October when it's cancer month, so that they can you'll get it at half price, even at Aga Khan. So you'll be able to test for breast cancer, cervical cancer, and know what that. And what I normally say, early diagnosis is what saves lives. So we really encourage an employee. I've been a benefit of that program, and I know that's how I preach. I was able to catch my cancer at stage 0. So for staff, I tell them, I share my story, and they're able to take it. Then stress management programs I've talked about, flexible working hours and shift. I know this is not at the discretion of HR, but where we are able to shape the policies, especially now what Corona has taught us. People thought they could not work at home, they could not work on shift. You could encourage and probably start gradually. You could start with a department, customer care, the ones that are really working extended hours, and you see how it moves. Adequate staffing and resources at work, provide the equipment and the resources that are required. Continuing education and skills acquisition, capacity building. I say in HR, of course, budget is always a struggle when you come to training, but always struggle your training. At times we focus so much on the job training, technical training. I want to take you for industrial relations. I want to take you for training about the labor laws. I want to take you training for Excel, very specialized training, but always set aside a budget on the social aspects of the training, personal financial management, stress management, management development, professional development that are not every day, that actually grows the wholesome person of an individual. Then also encourage, whether it's those facilities that you have MOUs with the bank, to ensure that they can take some facilities. And when they are buying facilities, let them not just buy homes and houses and cars and what have you, especially the young ones, even at the union level. Talk to them that they can go back to school, they can advance their career, and ensure you have a career progression guideline, so that when you tell them, if you do this course, we want you to grow, and showcase those cases of people who have grown from very low level to high levels in the organization. Regular rotation of staff and time off duties maybe would ease the stress, especially when they are having challenges with the interpersonal relationship between an employee and the supervisor, how they are relating. Probably the regular rotation and time off to cool off could be very useful for the employee. And that brings me to the end of our session today. It has been long, but I think we have been able to cover everything. It's 1:30. Let me hear comments, contribution. Was John able to come back? Yes, John, welcome. We had lost you at some point. I know we were supposed to go up to 1. We have gone to up to 1:30, but I didn't want to go back with anything. Let's hear now contributions, reactions, comments, questions, additions.
Mine is just to say thank you.
Welcome, Patricia.
Yes, quite. This
that
one was
sorry.
quite better. All right. All right. Now, well, this was quite breathtaking. Like I was saying, matters health is not easy, and especially where now all of us are going through the current pandemic, and we are anxious. We do not know that we are registering fatalities. Like in my own case, I lost the ICT director, and it was quite a shock to the entire, good people just, we just don't want to lose them. But it was one of those moments. So matters mental health is really an area that should be driven by the leadership. And I'm saying that because, as you have rightfully put it, the way I've looked at managing matters health is inviting the insurance companies. Those insurance covers come with the packages for the quarterly well-woman, or what they just call the annual health talks. So you can engage with the caregivers or the medical insurance team to really go into venture into matters staff health. But nevertheless, it is not easy. It is really not easy because one, we are not experts in that line, and the management needs to know that if you don't have healthy staff, then the productivity level is compromised. So, and until we really appreciate, for instance, private entities, and I'm not saying all of them, but I can attest that, again, one thing that we are observing or going through as KCA is that we have a transition, which is barely 4 months old. And transition comes with a lot of things. There is change, there is all this. We are used to what we used to. And we must just say that like ours is to really, we are observing, because they just ended regime, which actually ended well because the CEO had served his full term of 10 years. So you can imagine people who are used to a certain way of doing things for 10 years. A decade is not a short while. And my former CEO had actually suffered the COVID and was very extremely sensitive to COVID. Then you go through transition, and we have a presidential decree, close universities, was it the third wave? I don't know which strain, all this manner of things. And you can imagine a new CEO and you're asking staff to go home. It is one of those things that the thing is, it's a new world. We lead, or we make decisions based on the circumstances as they unfold, especially matters mental health. And again, what I've seen, my experience is when it comes to disciplinary. You see, the primary reading of the disciplinary policies is where if a staff, you've gone through all the procedures. If a staff is guilty, the resolution is that separate. But today, we are called upon to really go into many other things. And I liked it when you were saying some of these people are our children. They are going through this, drug abuse. Some of them are in breaking marriages, even just relationship, courtship, that level where, they were courting, boyfriend, girlfriend issues. And it's a lot. It's a lot. I was just dealing with one yesterday, which is still fresh in my mind. This staff comes. She's 96, more or less the age mate of my daughter. And she has this all manner of color on the hair. And she's presented as an examination officer who cannot be reached. She's, uploading the wrong exams. Now we are on Corona, we are on virtual space. She's uploading wrong exams. She's doing all manner of things. And the supervisor is just overwhelmed. So the girl comes, and as you try to interrogate the staff, you see a very cold person. She has no emotions. She's not remorseful, and neither is she rude. She's just not present. So instead of even recommending, to the CEO to fire, we recommend the girl should go for counseling, because you could be sending this youngster to go and commit suicide. You see, that kind of thing. So it is more leading, and also, applying, assessing the circumstances, looking at the context in which some of this mental or maybe even misconduct is presented. So it is a long walk, and it's not easy for the HR. It is not easy. You have your own, you have all these things, expectations are, but we are alive to the fact that the times are different. And maybe some of these seminars are really, it's a call to go, to actually go beyond what you're actually hired to do on a daily basis. So I really agree with you, Rhoda, and the way you have packaged this. You're speaking to the reality, what is actually confronting us. Yeah, it's not far. It's well thought out. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. That's the reality. That is why HR, we are saying it's a very specialized field, and it calls for compassion, passion, and I can say it's a calling. And probably those are some of the disconnect we have when we have our leader. If actually the leadership, especially the board and the CEO, is not in support of that, because especially when they're accountants, they're just looking at it's either fire or retire. Why are you negotiating? At times I've been asked at the board level, why did you go to that length, Rhoda, where I had even to a staff to be brought to the office by a nurse every day? Because they have gone for almost a year, and I'm about to put them on half pay or even terminate them on medical ground. Then they asked you, why do you go to that length of even going to the parents? But it's a calling. Let's do what is right. Again, for Anne and Joanne in the union, you can see the way HR at times go out of their way. Let's support, let's sensitize the staff that we have, our membership. Apart from recruitment, we say it is our responsibility to educate them. It is our responsibility to tell them the rules and the regulations. And it's also our responsibility to show them the way so that we have a cordial industrial relations. So that's all. John, did you have anything before we come to the end? Patricia, before we came, we had said from tomorrow we'll start our session from 8:30 so that we can try to finish a bit early. So tomorrow, if we are going to be on virtual or you decide to go to physical, for the virtual, we'll start at 8:30. Yes, John.
I would just like to thank you for a nice presentation. It was very eye-opening, and I also agree with Patricia. These are things that are actually happening, so it is something that is real life, and it's good to be able to share on this.
So great. I don't know if then, for me, I've really enjoyed the session because of the interaction. And you can see why I was really insisting at the beginning. We cannot remain attendees. We need to interact so that we can learn. I'm sure if you were to combine all of us together, the kind of experience you have and the kind of knowledge and exposures that we have gone through, all of us, it's all a different story. We could write very many books. So you can imagine if you were to put that together and make a mosaic, it would be very good. And I think I like the sharing. I like the additions. I like the way that shows that's how we build each other and we build the capacity. So I'm really looking forward to continue the engagement tomorrow and also the day after. And I'm trying as much as possible that though we are virtual and maybe our time is limited, you don't lose anything that you could have gotten from the physical class. So the same content, the content is what we are sharing, maybe probably the participators' experience and the details and the company is always what will vary. So thank you very, very much. If Dan is still with us, he could just maybe tell us a parting shot before we officially close this session until tomorrow. Dan? I see Dan is not with us, but without much, I think we can close the session. And thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, my colleagues. Good afternoon too.